Hey Priscilla, how are you? You're the first one. Just sending a message here. How's it going? Love. Not live. Oh my gosh, I can't spell today. Hey Monica, how are you? Hi Hennessy. You're feeling better? You've never been the first one before? See, there's always a first time. We're supposed to get snow now, Thursday. Not good. Okay, how are you, Monica? Hello, Connie. How are you? So I just asked Deb, I told Deb it will be here, and if not, I have an update on Frazee, but hey, Laughing Lori. Hi, Mary. Non-stop rain, Priscilla? Yikes. You're doing well. That's good. It's always good to do well. I'm trying to think of what else is going on. Oh, that's good. That's Wednesday. Jimmy, nothing's happening Wednesday, right? No weather conditions?
No.
Okay, good. When's it happening? Thursday night?
Yes.
So we've got to move on tomorrow.
Move.
You know,
Me and Mike?
no, we got to hustle.
You got a hustle?
Yeah,
Where?
hustle around the house.
Oh, right now? Yeah, I always do that. We talk about it. I'm always hustling.
We have the other bidet case caller. Which other? No, she said she's got that cup thing. What was that cup? There's some kind of cup in the. No, some kind of cup. You know what I mean? Some kind of horse race in the. Where was she? In Australia. She can't come tonight. Deb should be coming? Yeah. But if she's not, I have the update. But I'd rather have her come and give. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Lisa. Alyssa. Hi, Tamlin. Who's the other one, Hennessy? You mean Red Raven, right? Because Red Raven said she was going to come, but then she remembered there's some cup tonight, or today, or whenever time is. Because she's not in the United States. Yeah, she said because she was going to do it today, she can't because of this horse thing. But she's going to do it after that. Okay, Red Raven Spirit, yeah. How come it's so slow? There must be something like some major stuff going on. Hey Eric, how are you? So, Eric, do you have snow there? Are you going to get snow on Thursday? Who's getting snow on Thursday? I don't want snow on Thursday. You can have it. Hi, Astira. It's so slow in here. Absolutely stinking rotten wonderful. We're not tightened up at all, so we've got to really move. Hey, Katie, how are you? Hi, Ann. Hello. No snow? You're not, because Ohio usually has our weather either a day before or day after. I thought that's how it usually works. Though Sharon says that she gives me her weather in Michigan. Oh, don't jinx you? Well, I wouldn't have known it either, but Jimmy said there's snow on Thursday night. I don't know. 4 inches or so. I don't want it. Somebody can take it. You're supposed to get 3 inches in Pittsburgh? See what I mean? Oh, gosh, don't tell me. I hate it. Jimmy, it's not going to continue snowing, is it?
No.
It's going to go away?
Yeah.
Is it going to warm up at all and melt it?
Let me see.
Oh, thanks. Lucy. Hi, Danielle. You're probably getting snow too then Thursday night, Danielle. It's not that, Priscilla. It's just that we haven't tightened up around here. What? What'd you say, Jimmy?
Yeah, it'll do that eventually, probably by Sunday or something.
Yeah, by Sunday. Okay. Hi, Ellie Cattails.
It's only going to be like 5 inches or so, 4 inches.
Hi, Cindy. Oh, thanks, Cindy. Only 4 or 5 inches. We better really get moving tomorrow. I love you are earlier tonight. I'm going to be able to stay awake. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to see if Deb comes in. I'm going to see if she sent me the message back. Otherwise, I'll start with what we have, and then if she comes in, she comes in. What tea am I drinking? Right now I'm drinking like a chai tea, I think it is. It's, I just felt like a chai tea tonight. Let's see. Okay, what am I looking for? Facebook. Oh, Deb messaged me. Let me see. Oh, they're on a group call. She's going to wrap up ASAP and call in soon. Oh, I have to give her the number. That would be good, right? Okay, that's good. She's coming in. Hang on. Let me give her the number. I'm not even going to read. I didn't even read what happened today because I wanted to be surprised. Okay, I'm coming back. I have to give her the message and I'll be right back in. Okay. All right, now let me come back. Ooh, okay. So let's see who came in while I was gone. How far up? Cindy, I got. Danny, hi, how are you? Hello, Save Ravi. Hi, who else? Danny, Eric, I got you, right? Yuck. When is the snow coming? Thursday night. You have to go to your mom's tomorrow? Does your mom live far away? Hey, Two Scooter. Hey, Two Scooter. I just pulled my lip apart. That's not good. Oh, but New York? Okay. Well, are you going on Thursday night? Hi, Chris Ree. Deb's going to be in a few minutes to give the Frazee update. She's just finishing up on a group call. Let the holiday circus. Oh, please don't. I'm getting so much anxiety thinking about the snow. I have so much anxiety about the snow. Because we have to get a bunch of stuff that's on the deck away. Some of the other patio stuff has to go away in the other shed. bikes, things, crap, and then other crap's got to get out of here all before it snows. So we got to go do that. Good night. You going to bed?
What are you saying? All the stuff you're gonna do? Yeah.
All the stuff that we have to do.
You have to do that.
That me? Yeah. Yeah, right. Us. Good night. Oh, there's Janelle. Hi, Janelle. It's too early for snow. I'm not ready for snow. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Good night, Jimmy. They say good night, Jimmy. Have you ever tried Bigelow's Constant? Oh, yes, I have. I have that tea. Yeah, I do have that tea. But this one is Twining's chai tea. You haven't, Chrissy, Clara, you haven't lived in New England area in over 12 years. Do not miss the snow. Hey Bernard, how are you doing? So yeah, so don't tease. But Deb is on her way in with the Frazee update. That sounds like she's coming in with a big tray. Deb's on her way in with the Frazee update. Sweet and Spicy by Good Earth. There, you know who makes a good one? It comes in like squarish kind of tins, rectangles, I guess. Hi Paula. And it's actually like really spicy orange, and and they're like little sachet tea bags. And I think the company's with an H. Trying to think. I always forget the name of it, but I used to buy them just for the tins. But then I really like the tea. I have all of them, but the orange is really good. Your mother gave you that tea? Your husband has the TV blaring. You can hardly hear with the earbuds. What's he watching? What is he watching, T Scooter? You're in Oklahoma, you get all the extremes? Oh no. Oh, it's Spice Pumpkin? Spice Pumpkin. A war movie, that's that sounds loud. I love tins in general. If something's in a tin, I might not even like it, but I'll get it if I like the tin. I'm weird. Jude, you've got your name backwards. Mine blasts the TV too. He needs hearing aids. Yeah, Jimmy's probably hearing it. I know his hearing is damaged from all the loud music in his past, but he's too vain to admit it. So you just have to scream, and then he'll say, "Why are you yet talking so loud?" I don't know why they're vain. I mean, if I needed a hearing aid, I would get one. They're barely noticeable, and I just couldn't stand not being able to hear. What is it? You went to Walmart? The sacks of Walmart popcorn? Oh, for the cute pumpkin? Oh, okay, that's good. They make them so tiny now. I know, right? Hey, Sunflower Brown, how are you? Yeah, she'll be right in. She was just finishing up a call. Hey, Lacey, how are you? Hi, Linda. Maui Chickadee, she's been in the comments. Was she here last night? She was. I thought she was here last night. She was definitely here the night, either last night or the night before. She's still here. Maui's here. I came on really late last night. Could be why. You looked for the vintage music boxes? No, I think they were only available in certain Walmarts. Isn't that crazy? I guess they figure like people on the East Coast don't like vintage. I don't know. Although Mama Ames said they were by her, so I don't know. You're not late at all. We're waiting for Deb. She's going to be on her way in. Then I use the tin to store ornaments. Yeah, that's a good idea. The orange tin says Trader Joe's. Hey, time for a change. How are you? Just waiting for Deb to get in. Hi, Jen. Hi, Baby Doe. Hi, Flower Girl. Hi, Casey. The Happy Mail. Yeah, well, I had opened them, on those lives, but you couldn't see things well, so they deserve their own video anyway. You're in the Southwest. You were hoping there was a chance. Yeah, I really don't know why they didn't put them out all over. I'd like to know the reasoning behind that. You're buffering? I'm not buffering. I don't have any like alerts out. Shouldn't be buffering. 10 minutes from the Walmart and you didn't get music. You should go to the home office, Paula, and just say, look, there's 1,000 people wondering why only certain Walmarts got music boxes. I would love to know the answer. Did you get my email? Hey, The Glamorous Life. Let's see. I don't know. I have been bad with email because I was with a friend most of the day. Hi. Let's see. Is it something that I need to find right now, Chaos? Did you send me a picture? Oh, wait. That's what we can do. Somebody sent me a picture of their turtle. Let me see. And I said I would show it tonight because it came in last night while we're waiting for Deb. Hang on. Okay, this is from Jay Grayson. Oh, okay, this is a video. Is this your video? This is your video because it's your slider. Does it have music on? Is Jay Grayson here? Because I can't play this unless he tells me this does not have, or she tells me this does not have music. Hold on. And I don't see Jay Grayson yet. Hey, Froggy Toad. Okay, I have to wait on that one. So Chaos Sunflower, did Chaos Sunflower answer me? That's okay. No, oh, okay, Dr. Phil. I just listened to them, actually. And you know what? I thought he was going to have new interviews with the Rusaks. Oh, there you are. It has music. What kind of music? Is it the music that YouTube gives you that says it's okay? Or is it your own music? Let me listen to it and find out, and I'll do it tomorrow. It's just otherwise they hit me, and then I'm in a lot of trouble. What, Dr. Phil? Oh, it's the podcast. What is it called? But I thought they were going to have new interviews with the Rusaks. There's only one podcast with Dr. Phil with the Watts case. And somebody said in the 3rd episode, it was going to say about, now here's the thing. I was listening to it, the devil beside me. And I didn't hear a new interview. I heard exactly the stuff that was in the first Dr. Phil show back in, March? That's what I heard. And so when somebody said that the Rusak said he's going to say that maybe she's involved, is it the same interview from when they said, I don't know, maybe, or something like that? Is that the one it is? Because I didn't hear that. He doesn't mention Brooke. I didn't hear that either. I was kind of losing it because you know what it is with his podcast? I don't know if anybody else is finding this. They seem very repetitious, right? I don't know whether he's just repeating the beginning and then I'm trying to listen to it while I'm doing something. I did listen to them, Sunflower. But here's the thing, this is what I'm trying to say. I was doing something and listening to them, and then I just found my mind, well, it's not abnormal for me because I have ADHD, it was just wandering away from the podcast because it kept sounding like the same episode. He kept going over it, and it was like, I felt he was talking down, like, I'm not, okay, I felt he's speaking to someone that has no idea of the Watts case, okay? They do sound the same because he's just like he's talking about the rocking back and forth and, that the lying, and we know that. So I don't know. I lost interest, and then I said, after I listened to the third one, I was like, wait a minute, I didn't hear anything about Nicole. And then every 5 minutes, he's taking like a 5-minute break, hawking his wife's facial creams or something. Even Jimmy said, like, my gosh. Robin this, Robin that. Robin's got some great skincare lines. I didn't know how to wash my face until Robin told me. He flirts with the AI. I didn't hear much of it. And I don't think he really knows the case. I think he's all cliche. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. Hey, Seaglass. I'm a skeptic. I'm from New York. You know me. I don't feel like he's not telling me anything I don't know. Don't just come on and tell me what I already know. Tell me something. Did you sit down with the parents? Do you have some more details? Don't tell me you're going to do that and then play the same interview from March. Hey, Rosa, I've been checking longer than 18 minutes. Showed up. Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't get into anything really, Rosa, because I just split my lip. Look at that. It's not even winter, and I just split my lip in half. Okay, that's good. What was I even saying? I'm just looking at my lip, and it looks so bad now. I just split the middle of it. That I'm a skeptic with Dr. Phil. Yeah, I'm kind of a skeptic with Dr. Phil because it just seems like a bunch of superficial stuff. There are no interviews? Yeah, he should do interviews. Why not? Why not? Who cares? He doesn't mention broken bones. Okay, well, I would hope not. I hope that somebody corrected him by this time. And you go, girl. Hi, DeFi Night. Who else came in here while I was... Rosa, I got you. We're waiting for Deb. Deb's on a call. She's coming in. Hi, Casbat. Robin, hello. Seaglass. Who else did I miss? Leo wife, hi. Sam, how are you feeling? Hi, Sam. Sam, didn't you have that fever the other night? Hi, Karen. I feel it. Ivy Lynn. There's Ivy Lynn. Hi, Ivy Lynn. Ivy Lynn, are you going to get snow Thursday night? Hi, Cindy. I feel like I missed. Oh, yeah, I got you, Julie, right? Yeah, I did. Danny. Robin Smith, he lost his audience and he's trying to sell face cream. No, I think his wife is like pushing and he's just, but it's like, it's so much. You can't even skip it. You got to just keep listening to the facial cream. I'm just trying to look at your comments and see if I missed any. Hi, Mystery Truth Seeker. Hey, Jenny D. You hate that courtroom is not... yeah, we all hate it, Leo wife. What are we going to do? It's ridiculous. Hey, Crystal. Miss Mary. I thought it was boring, Alyssa says. Alyssa. I thought it was boring too, and my mind was wondering, but I swear I heard broken bones. I didn't hear that. He just droned on, and I felt like it was the same thing over and over and over again. And you know what he said? He went on that Nate thing, and now is that true? I thought he'd at least clear that up. That Nate, I'm gonna have to get like some. I can't stand looking at my lip. That is, he. What was I gonna say? I don't even know what I was gonna say. Let's see. Oh, he didn't, say that Nate said they were screaming at the top of their lungs, but then he recanted it. Of course, he didn't want to say he recanted it because he recanted it on Dr. Oz. So you're not going to bring up Dr. Oz. I don't know. I just, why? Find out, then ask the parents why he recanted it. I want to know from Nate why he recanted that. Because a lot of people think he did it, I don't know, because I don't know what's going on. Dr. Phil sold out a long time ago. A friend's son and wife were guests, and he said he was fake and stuck up. Yeah, he doesn't, he seems like he's just very cliched. I don't know. I think it would be like really, if you went out for a long dinner with the guy, he's the kind of guy that uses the same jokes over and over and over again. Not even jokes. He doesn't do jokes. He does those, what are they called? Like, if it has 4 legs and it, whatever, then it, he's always with those little things, with those, whatever the heck he does. Carol Clark, hello there. I don't know. I wish I knew Asterifier why he changed his story. Something is whack there. Why did he do that? Colloquialisms? Yeah, maybe riddles. I'll listen to it when it snows again. Yeah, I was going to just like try to listen to the last one to see if I hear him, what he mentions, but getting a little long in the tooth. It's just, I don't know. Can't handle them sometimes. Well, he didn't, the turnip truck, right? I think he said something today like what the heck did he say? Something about a refrigerator or something. I like Dr. Phil, but he is producing too much content, so he skips over. Yeah, right. You can't get into everything, right? But he is going too fast to stop and really assess. Yeah. He got caught up with it and got away. It could be that maybe he didn't know he was going to be on there. Maybe he was exaggerating a little bit and wanted to rectify that. I don't know. She lost her train of thought. Danielle C. and I were telling her she was talking about Nate. Yeah, no, I just pulled, like you have that little line there, and for some reason I just pulled it apart, and it's driving me nuts because I keep seeing it looks like my lip is bleeding, but it's not bleeding. Jerry Springer has a court show. He does? I thought Jerry Springer had died. I really did. My son went on his show. Something about strippers. He is nice and mellow. I can't believe that. I mean, that they don't throw chairs and stuff like they normally do. Sturdy as a pup tent in a windstorm. Yeah. You like Dr. Drew? I'm trying to think. Robin, the mother, saint of face creams, childbirth. Yeah, it's like, it's so drippy, drippy sweet, isn't it? With the Robin, yeah, surely. You went to Jerry Springer in Chicago, you little girl? Yeah, I don't know where I think they went in New York or something. When my lips crack, it takes forever to heal. No, mine heal pretty fast, but it's just that it's driving me nuts. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm thinking that Robin Smith may be somebody we need to just keep a good eye on. I've got coconut oil. I can use that, right? Doesn't take long. They can't usually keep themselves hidden long. And I was looking for my eyes, but they're over here. What's that, Robin Smith? Grease my lip up? Mm-hmm. And you're home all alone? Okay. Alria? I think Alria, we're going to have to watch her as well. She's not naughty, they're trolls, Linda. They're just trolls. I heard the trial may start in December. What of 2022 or something like that, right? Dave, can we get Dave out of here, please? Troll Palooza's coming through. The trolls in Mommy's basement have nothing else to do. Did they start way sooner, Eric? It works, yeah. Well, I just grabbed it over here anyway. No, uh-oh. No, Eric is good, Cass. I think you hit the wrong person. Do we have a faker? What happened? I'm cute. Oh, good. Oh, tomorrow we have to vote. Yeah. No, Rosa, she was coming tonight for the John Bonet, but then remember she had that horse race she had to go to? Okay. Your new speedrunner, Mario? Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely don't give. Which Robin? We've got the good Robin, but the bad Robin was the one that was making all the lip comments. Hey, Winter Snow. Oh, the bad one. Don't give anything to the bad one. Yeah, Maddie Jean. Hey, Arhuff, how are you? I love and hate Nate the neighbor. I'm so glad he had the footage, but so annoyed he didn't point that camera just an inch more. But Chris would have checked it out. You know, that's why he asked him. It would be good if he changed it and didn't tell Chris. That would have been great, right? The Melbourne Cup. Yeah, oh, that's what it was. Okay. But Deb's on her way in to do Frazee. She said she was finishing up on a group call and she was going to be in. Hey, Mandy Hall, how are you feeling? Hi, Whisper to Me. Hi, Tessa. A lot of people are speeding by. Hey, Tammy B. Hi, Miracle Hearts. Can't stop thinking about poor Kelsey. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see what happened today. I didn't read anything because I. Hey, Kimberly Miller, how are you? Hey, Purple Passion, hi. Oh, you watched The Reporter? Yeah, I didn't watch anything because, and I have something to read. I'm going to see. Hey, Christina. Where was the woman who killed herself because of a divorce? Where was the woman at who killed herself because of a divorce? Arhuff, what are you talking about? Her kids? Which one do you mean? Oh, which one do you mean? Hi, Tori. It was on 4 hours? 48 hours? The one that about the divorce? Who was it? Really quick, tell us what you're making for Thanksgiving dinner. Just the traditional stuff: turkey, and we either do a ham or prime rib or something like that. Usually a ham, I think, ham, and then stuffing, all that stuff: cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes, sweet potato casserole. I just have to get this. I'm like freaking out with that snow coming. There's a new court TV channel. And no, you can watch it online too, Rosa. I think there's also True TV or something. For all the young ladies, make sure you have some private settings so you never have to settle for unhealthy relationship. Oh, savings. I'm thinking settings. Savings. Okay. Yeah, Linda, we're supposed to get it Thursday night, and we're not tightened up around here at all. It depends, pretty bird. Sometimes a lot, sometimes a little, sometimes in between. But we're not ready right now. I need some more time. All of us named Mary may have to start attaching our middle names, just like when I was in the 5th grade. What kind of stuffing do I make? I make one that my mother made, just a bread stuffing. It's a very simple bread stuffing that I make that I grew up on and everybody loves. I think sweet potatoes are good by themselves, but my family, I make both. I make both, Janelle. It's too early for snow. You're telling me, Seaglass. Let me just see if I have a message from Deb to see if she's like running late. I'm just going to see if she's having trouble getting in. What's the deal? What's the deal? Okay. So. Just waiting to see if I get a reply back. She said she was wrapping up a group call ASAP and will be in. If she's not in like 2 minutes, I'll just start reading what happened today and then we can talk. You need a good stuff. I make a very simple one just with, you know, butter and onions, celery, the bread. I usually put pinoli nuts in it. Sometimes I forget the pinoli nuts, but I usually like to put pinolis in it. And what else? That's it. Very, very simple. And and chicken broth, of course. Yeah. Or if you use vegetable broth, whatever kind of broth you use. Try out banana cake with homemade chocolate icing. It's an older Better Homes. And did you get it in that vintage? They have those Better Homes and Gardens vintage cookbooks at Ollie's. Who's talking about Jen Eyre? Jen Eyre, the appliances? What is Jen Eyre? I have no idea what that is. But nobody to make for me anymore. I used to. Oh, really? With a boatload of gravy, stuffing, and mashed potatoes. Yeah, right? And just eat antipasto. We used to always have definitely black olives when I was growing up, black olives, and we always had to start with like fruit cocktail. Oh. I have a 1980 Better Homes and Garden cookbook that, yeah, I think my mother used to have that one, but I think they made a reprint at Ollie's of those, and they were really funny. And they also sold them at Cracker Barrel. Of course, they were much cheaper at Ollie's. Everybody's getting hungry now. Hey, Angel Callie, how are you doing? Did you get Rose's number? I sent you Rose's number. Did you get it? We're waiting for Deb. Let me see if she wrote me back yet. I told her, if I'm not, I'm going to start just, oh wait, she said, Tom is trying to link in now. Okay. Please start. Do not let us delay you. Very sorry. Okay, so I'll just start reading. They're trying to link in, like just what the update was from today, and then we can talk. She can give us all the good stuff. But they'll probably get in before I even pull it up. There goes the ice maker, and right on cue. Let's see. Come on. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Okay, so as family and law enforcement searched for Kelsey Barrett, her fiance showed a lack of concern for her whereabouts and never asked police if they had any clues that could help find her, according to the testimony Monday in the Teller County District Court. 2 people, a bank worker and a phone store employee, found their interactions with Patrick Frazee in the days after Barrett's disappearance so strange they immediately contacted police. Woodland Park Police Corporal Dina Curran testified Monday morning as prosecutors played a recording of a December 2nd phone call between her and Frazee about his missing fiancée. Frazee told the corporal that the last time he had spoken to Barrett was when they broke up. We basically had a heart-to-heart that this wasn't working out, and we wanted to go our separate ways. Let's see here. Frazee told Curran in the recording. At the time of the call, Frazee already knew that Bereth's mom was worried that no one had heard from her daughter for days, but never once did he seem to express any interest in the whereabouts of the mother of his child, and he never asked the officer if he had found any clues, just like Chris Watts. Frazee's apparent lack of concern during the call stood out. Curran testified during the murder trial of the Florissant rancher. The trial began its second week Monday with testimony from Curran, Bereth's mother and brother, her next-door neighbors, the manager at her job, and people who encountered Frazee after the reported disappearance. Multiple law enforcement officers from the Woodland Park Police Department and the Teller County Sheriff's Office also testified about the first days of the investigation. Prosecutors started to delve into the more than 630 pieces of evidence collected during the investigation, including receipts from Bereth's car, samples of her handwriting and Frazee's cell phone. The 15-minute phone call between Curran and Frazee is the first time the jury heard Frazee's account of what happened in the days before Bereth disappeared. She was last seen on November 22nd, Thanksgiving Day, and her mother reported her missing on December 2nd, the day of the phone call. It was the first time Frazee had spoken to police about Bereth's disappearance. Two people unrelated to Frazee or Bereth became enmeshed in the case when Frazee walked into their workplace after Bereth disappeared. David Fellis, an employee at the Woodland Park Verizon store, and said Frazee came into his store on December 11th, more than a week after Kelsey was reported missing. Even though Fellis didn't recognize Frazee or know his connection to the case, Frazee, at the beginning of their conversation, told the phone store employee, "Don't believe everything they're saying about me," Fellis testified Monday. Frazee then asked Fellis how to change the PIN on a phone on his account, but they couldn't change the number because Frazee didn't have the phone. Frazee also nervously asked if anybody could recover information from a phone that had been damaged or destroyed. Frazee seemed paranoid, Fellis said. "That rang every alarm bell in my head." The phone store employee excused himself in the conversation to go to the bathroom, where he searched Frazee's name. After Frazee left the store, Fellis called Woodland Park Police. The next day, he sat for an interview with the district attorney's investigator. Another Woodland Park worker, Patricia Key, also called police after an interaction with Frazee. Police said police already had contacted Key because she managed the credit union that Bereth and Frazee used, and police wanted records of Bereth's debit card purchases. When Frazee came to the bank on December 5th, he asked Key for video surveillance of himself at the bank's ATM on November 22nd, the day investigators later alleged Frazee killed Bereth. He told her that he needed to establish a timeline for that day so police could exclude him from their investigation into Bereth's disappearance. Later in their conversation, Frazee said that Bereth had communicated with her mother on November 25th, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, but Frazee became angry when Key asked why he needed to establish a timeline for November 22nd, when he just said Bereth had been heard from 3 days after. He then denied that he said anything about the Sunday contact. The odd nature of the conversation and Frazee's demeanor prompted Key to call the police, she said. There was never any mention of Kelsey or concern about her whereabouts or welfare. Questioning of Bereth's mother, Cheryl Bereth also revealed facts about Frazee's seeming lack of concern. While the search for her daughter was underway, Frazee did not call his fiance's mother or attend a candlelight vigil for Kelsey, Cheryl Bereth testified. Police officers testified Monday that they didn't see anything suspicious in Bereth's condo the first few times they visited. They saw no signs of forced entry, though Frazee's defense attorneys asked whether they could have missed signs of a break-in. It wasn't until 3 days after Bereth's disappearance was reported and multiple searches by family and police that Clinton Bereth noticed a blood stain on the bottom of the condo's toilet. And when he reported the finding to police, the investigation into his sister's disappearance seemed to kick into high gear. And the family was not allowed to return to the condo, he said. Frazee, dressed in a blue and white checkered shirt, sat next to his public defenders Monday and listened intently to testimony. sometimes taking notes. Frazee is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of solicitation to commit murder, tampering with a dead body, and 2 counts of a crime of violence. Okay, so then now we're all set for Deb to come in. I don't think they... Let me see here. Yeah, they're not good. I wish we could at least hear that call. I'm sure that'll be released at some time. But here's people trying to go in on the, I guess this was Friday, into the courthouse. Looks cold. Yeah, looks chilly. And there's all the snow on the mountains behind there. It looks dark too, very dark, very cold. Not nice. I don't see that does not look inviting to me. That's like what's going to be like here. And sorry, I don't like it. Sorry, I'm just putting something on my lip there because it was bothering me. And I'm going to go back to the chat. That reminds me of the courthouse Ted Bundy jumped out of. Yeah, remember that? Yeah. Oh, she's here? Okay, good. Tom, who is coming on to talk about Frazee, has done an amazing research in this case. He and Deb just work so closely to get justice for Kelsey. I need to put my glasses on here. Hi, Brenda. Okay, good. So we just finished just in time. I just read, just what the Denver Post had about what happened today, but now you can elaborate for us. You'd have to ask Deb, save Robbie. I think you can go if there's room. Hi, Deb.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you? I turned on my speaker.
Okay.
Tom and I are trying to troubleshoot this. I'm hoping he's connected. Tom, are you connected? Please. Oh, here, I have to do this. Here we go. Hi, Tom. Did the connection work? We're here with Mommy.
Oh, there he is.
Good evening, Miss Ramblings. How are you doing?
Miss Ramblings, good. Fine, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's late evening. I think you're in the same time zone I'm in. I'm in Virginia.
Oh yeah, we're in the same. Yeah, we stay up at we're night owls here over here.
I guess when you're hanging out with Deb, you're a night owl. She likes to take it to maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. So.
Yeah, that's how we met. That's how we met. Good. We're all night owls.
Yeah. Yeah. What can we tell you? What is your audience interested in about the Kelsey case? What would you like to discuss? Or
okay. Well, I just read what was in the Denver Post about what happened today, but any elaboration on what actually happened, or whatever your take is on things, we'd love to hear it.
Well, Deb has firsthand. I mean, she was in the courtroom, so she has firsthand knowledge. Let me just set it up for you that the prosecution is pushing Crystal's line. We were surprised that they didn't go right to Crystal. In fact, they didn't even mention Crystal today. Mm-hmm. I think the lack of mentioning Crystal is almost as significant as all the things that they did talk about, because Crystal is their witness. I mean, it's Crystal's story that they're using. So they didn't use Crystal's story today at all, which is second day of the trial. It's hard to imagine that they.
I didn't think they would. I told Deb I thought they were going to go with the investigators and the police officers that were first on the scene, because they tend to do that. If she's their key witness, they kind of hold her a little bit off. and then like they seem to like go through some of the, like all the officers that arrived on the scene, and then they like bring her out. It's usually like, you know what I mean? Just
You've
from
done
what I've
enough.
seen.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with you. And that's what we were originally surmising. But recognizing here that Patrick's defense is that Crystal's story is no good and that Crystal did it. I mean, his defense is it was done on a different day by a different person in a different place. And I myself, do not know of any other crime where you have the prosecution saying, hey, it happened, in this case, a townhouse on the 22nd by Patrick, and Patrick saying, the defendant saying, no, it happened on a different day in a different place by a different person.
Oh, so
It's a very rare. That's an in-your-face kind of defensive strategy, but in this case, it looks very effective.
So
I would have
saying,
thought that they would have brought Crystal early.
So they're,
To get the damage out of the way. If Crystal's testimony is bad, they're going to need all of 2 weeks to fix it up. So.
Okay, but they're saying now that he's leaving. I mean that Kelsey. The defense is saying that Kelsey was murdered not in the townhouse.
Correct. Yep.
And not on the 22nd.
Right.
But they're saying that Kelsey did it.
Patrick.
Right. They're saying Kelsey did it. Right.
Well,
not Kelsey, Crystal. Yes,
Crystal
all these two K names is driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Crystal, yes, Crystal. That
Crystal did it. Yeah.
Okay,
and quite a contrast. It's quite.
Do you
that's
know
quite a contrast.
Do you know what day they're saying that she did it?
Well, we can do process of elimination. We know it can't be after the 24th because her phone was being destroyed up in Idaho, and also it could only be on the 23rd or the 24th. And Crystal was only in Colorado Springs, at that part of Colorado, on the 24th. So we kind of narrow it down. It's pretty much got to be the 24th. And the first and only time that Crystal's phone and Crystal's phone and Kelsey's phone intersect is at 9 a.m. outside of Patrick's ranch house in 713 Wildhorn and Fluorescent. There was Kelsey's phone was not in. I mean, the phone records show that phone. I think she was dead myself, but her phone does not indicate it was next to Patrick's at that point in time. And she was making like a 17-minute phone call right around 8:30 in the morning. And Bristol lied to investigators about where she was and what time she got to Patrick's. And finally confessed, yes, she got to Patrick's at 9 o'clock. So we essentially have Kelsey's phone conversation stopping just before 9 o'clock, and Crystal saying she arrived at 9 o'clock. Crystal's missing one bullet from her gun, from Megan's gun. Mm-hmm. And we know the police did not search outside. Did not search the areas outside of Patrick's ranch. So if Crystal shot Kelsey, dropped her. I mean, I think this is what the defense is saying. Crystal shot Kelsey, dropped her right there, and then took care of the body. After the fact.
But how would they?
And it's a plausible.
How do you think they would explain her going to Sonic and her being in that Woodland Park vicinity? If she killed her somewhere else. Her phone.
Very good questions. Her phone being Crystal's phone pinged at about 7:30, and it was dark at 7:30 on 11/22. In that location, she was somewhere near Kelsey's townhouse at that point in time. The Sonic is later in the morning, so it wouldn't be inconceivable for a jury to imagine. Well, she shot her at 9. The girl's got lots of syringes. Took a little blood, ran back to the townhouse. Crystal already admitted that she's essentially planted some of the evidence by not removing some of the evidence. So it's not much of a leap for a jury to believe that she shot around a vial or so of blood, fresh blood, and
but didn't they have to do
these
something
are people.
with the
Crystal
floor?
Crystal and Patrick are not in the normal civility range. They're not like the rest of us. I mean, they don't have a problem with killing people, apparently.
But
It's,
what about, wasn't there something
so, and
with
Crystal tried to kill her 3 times. So.
wasn't there something with the floor?
Okay.
Oh, that's okay. No, wasn't there something with the floor that happened? They had to take up part of the floor. It was.
Yes, and Deb has, and I will say Deb can acutely confirm about the floor and specifically confirm about the floor. But it's a very small apartment, a very small townhouse.
Yeah, we looked
and
at
there
it,
was
yeah.
apparently described it was a pool of blood. Well, a human body only has a few pints, really. You know, we don't carry all that much blood. And if somebody was to draw a syringe and shoot it on the floor, you'd have essentially a pool of blood on the floor. You spread it around a little bit, it would look like a pool. You clean it up, somebody would assume it was a pool. It would look on the floorboards, it would seep through the cracks. So I do believe, it's not outside the range of that it could be planted. Now, I don't myself. I'm like, how is the fence trying to get around exactly that point you just said? Mm-hmm. Obviously, they feel they can get around it.
That seems really weird.
If they're asserting these other claims, so it's,
right. But like, why would she?
It appears
okay,
they can get around that.
If she shot her out in a field or somewhere, right? Why would she then feel the need to go plant evidence back in the condo? Are they trying to say that she did this specifically to frame Patrick for it? Somebody that she supposedly had a relationship with?
I think that's what they're getting at. I think their argument is going to be Crystal has lusted all her life after Patrick, and Patrick couldn't get rid of her all these years, and then finally Crystal came back into Patrick's life and knocked off Chelsea. Jealousy, envy, I don't know. One of those.
I think know. That's going to be hard because it doesn't make any sense to me when I say for them to say that, because he solicited her 3 times to kill Kelsey, right? And then. Well,
yeah.
Right.
Well, on that, the under examination when Slater was cross-examined way back when. He concurred that no, at no point in time did Crystal say Patrick ever asked her to kill Kelsey. It was just, it was assumed. So, Crystal's not a good liar, and she's not a good storyteller. The jury's going to view anything she said as weak, even something like solicitation. She's not a forthright person. She doesn't have the caliber. I mean, she's not. She hasn't been doing charity work, and it doesn't have a great depth of people that are going to come forward and say, "Oh she would never do something like that," and she's very trustworthy. Which all the people that she has coming forward are her cohorts. I mean, Michelle, the attorneys, Megan, Christy. A family member. They're going to admit trying to help her, so they're not really good witnesses to say, "Oh yeah, she always tells the truth," So.
Right, and one of the aunts came down with her, right? She must have had an aunt that was close in age, and
Christy.
Christy, right, came down with her at one of the
Christy,
times, right?
Yeah.
And why? Why would she come down?
Yeah, and I'll give compliments to Christy. She's a relatively attractive lady. Seems to have her head on tight on other parts of her life, but. It was okay for her to go rent a car and bring Crystal on down to drop off coffee at Kelsey's.
Right, and then the other lady.
I mean, whoever hears a go doing that. That's I'm sorry.
But no, the other lady that she borrowed the car from to go clean up the crime scene, right? And then use the gun out and there was a bullet in the chamber. It was, that's really weird. That whole thing is weird.
One bullet's missing, one bullet's in the chamber. Yes. And she knew that Megan knew that Crystal was trying to kill a lady, Kelsey, on October 24th, 28 days in advance of the murder, I think. Yeah, 28 days in advance of the murder.
Right.
Megan had plenty of time to go to the police and go, "Hey, I got a friend. I got my own problems, but I got a friend who's trying to kill somebody. Can you all look into it?" But instead, she turned around. She handed the Crystal a car with a gun, and
Right.
I
Well, she
mean,
took a
and
truck.
then,
Yeah.
and then didn't account for the bullet. And on top of it, when Crystal returned to Idaho, Crystal painted Megan's home with cell phone pings. I mean, Megan lived in, I think it's Jerome, that Megan lived in, and that is exactly the area that Crystal lit up Kelsey's phone. I think 30 some pings. I mean, her phone had only pinged in, I think once in Salt Lake City, twice in Cisco, Utah, and then like 30 times over top of Megan's house. Well, whose car did she use? Megan's. Whose gun was missing a bullet? Oh, Megan's. So she kind of painted Megan into a corner there, at least in front of a jury. The jury is going to go like, was Megan involved? And Megan has done a pretty nice job with it. Deb found it. I mean, she's kind of like recreated herself on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
It's the new and improved Megan.
New and improved?
Yeah.
The new and improved Jan Brady.
New and improved.
Her social profile is so cleaned up. She looks like Betty Crocker. Amazing. She went from one type of profile and suddenly she's talking about her baking, and it's all about that, and it's home and these beautiful settings. It's almost as though she's hired a PR agent or an attorney to help her.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Damage control.
Sudden too.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Megan did something, but I think Crystal's painted a picture where it sure looks like Megan was a complicit, and Crystal really doesn't have any relatives or any family members or any friends or people to go back. I mean, she got fired from her job.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
right,
she's not going to go back there and say, "Hey, testify for me about how great a worker I am." She burned. I think she used the facilities to burn stuff up. I mean, and as far as blood, she could have brought plasma down with her. She had access to that. She could have. I mean, that would have amplified any kind of she tossed a little of Kelsey's blood in there, give it the DNA, and then a bunch of plasma. She would have known her blood type and all. So it's a very unusual case. These people had access to things that normal people don't have access to. Patrick had access to excavators.
Yeah, but is there any footage of Crystal going in or out of that condominium or townhouse?
Not that we know of right now. Deb, speak to that, please.
So, we cut off on the 24th tonight, and the 23rd presumes it starts off tomorrow, and the 24th, and we'll see all of that. So it's quite the cliffhanger. But what was the point you were just making? Because I had a comment to it, and you didn't hear me. I was trying to interject, and I'm sorry that we're talking over you, Carolyn.
Oh no, it's fine. We talk over each other. We're good.
But what was your point? Because I had something to say to that, Tom. What were you just saying again? I'm sorry.
About the excavator and the that plasma.
Yes.
The ability.
If she could bring all of that in, she could also bring in extra DNA.
Yeah. Yep.
But then again,
I mean, it's.
Do we need to focus on that DNA so much, other than to just pay attention if that DNA has been mixed with blood, and that's Kelsey's blood? And if that's the case, then we're really piqued interest. Otherwise, I think Carol and I agree that blood could be anyone. It could be a friend from church. It could be her, her gal pal and her boyfriend who came over for tea one day, whatever. It could be anyone. Not necessarily, but if it's mixed with blood, we're really concerned, right, Carolyn?
Yeah, definitely.
But plasma comes without the DNA, so she could take a syringe, inject it into the plasma, shake it up, and dump it on the floor, and hey, we have instant pool blood with DNA. Pool blood with DNA. She could shoot the syringe on the wall, and you would have blood splatter. And Deb did some good analysis of some of the pictures of the blood splatter she was seeing, and I'm like, yeah, I could see that. I could see the whole story about the baseball bat and the candle and the sweater. And Deb and the others have made a really good case that doesn't sound like Patrick.
No.
I mean, the guy carries a 9mm. Why is he going to choose not to use his 9mm, but he's going to go into some kind of exotic, Western novel that he's going to create these candles and ambiance and needs a sweater. Okay, I mean, you're smelling candles. I mean, it's your nostrils, it's not your eyes. But he's going to cover her eyes and then hit her with a baseball bat. And how did he get the bat in there? I mean, bats are big. Bats are relative. I mean, that's not like and it was a day where he was wearing short sleeves and I mean, we have pictures of him over at Walmart. He didn't have a big bulky jacket he could put a baseball bat underneath. So it just doesn't sound right.
I have to say, though, today, seeing the images, so Carolyn, you had just gone through the timeline and what had happened today, and it's great so that we can just fill in the bits and pieces. But you know how we were discussing the other day about his timeline and wondering if he went in before. So this is the 24th, after Kelsey got back from Safeway. And remember, his pinging and his texting has him a minute at her house before Kelsey is there. And do you remember I was saying I thought that Patrick went in before her and I was wrong?
Right,
Well,
yes.
guess what? I was right, but I was wrong. He was there a minute before, and there's images of him going into the house. And he's carrying something, and they didn't zoom in. We could hardly see it. I could hardly see it, but I saw it. And I think that we'll have a zoom moment. But then he comes out again, and then he goes back in with Kelsey, and that's when there's the plant and the baby in the car seat and the groceries that we talked about. That I thought, is that crazy? Why did he go in the house?
It is creepy.
Before.
I mean, could it have been like a bat or anything that he brought in there?
It looked like something, and I saw it, and I'm going to wait, but I saw it in my eyes, and I'm sure it's going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do we know it was the pipe was recovered, right? The pipe that he supposedly gave Crystal, they put that out by the fence on the ranch, right? And the mother grabbed it, and that's why they had the mother. Remember the pipe, and she had to leave it off at the ranch gate?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, that couldn't have been what they used, right? Because that would have.
It looked like a crowbar to me, and I'll just suck it up. If I'm wrong, right? You guys aren't going to hate me or kill me.
No. So
it looked like that, or it looked like something covered in that brown tan grocery bag. And I don't know if that's a Safeway cover, but that's the color of that we get it. It's not Walmart. Walmart's white and blue, right?
Right.
It's the brown plastic bag. So it's either the brown plastic bag or it's a crowbar, but it's a metal brown looking thing. It's a rusty looking color, and it can be it's something, and it's at his shoulder height, the image, and he's holding it close to his chest, but he's going in. All you see is his back. But just imagine like a birdie sitting on your shoulder. That's where you see the image of it. And it looks like, to me, it looks like a crowbar. But not a bat, but it could be a bat inside of a brown bag because it's got that crinkly look to it. And it's just really hard to see. I need a zoom.
Right.
And just let me be wrong. If I'm wrong, don't hate me, but I think I saw something.
Okay, we're not going to hate you, but I'm saying, like, the only reason we think it's a bat is because of what Crystal said, right? That's the only reason. We never found a bat. There's never been a bat found. There's no body, so we don't know anything about the kind of trauma she had, right? So the only reason we're say it's a bat is just this lying person's word.
Yeah, and it could be, you know what, Tom? It could be a triple bagged gun also, because they testified to that that's what he had, and that's how he carried it. It wasn't in the case, it wasn't in the beautiful pack that you carry over your shoulder with everything that goes inside of it. He had it triple bagged in a grocery sack. And I think it's a safety sack, and maybe that's a brown sack too. It could have been that also. That color was at the top of his shoulder, and it was grease. And I will pay more attention, but there was something there he was holding.
Right.
So
Carolyn, Deb's made some good points when we do our debriefing. One of the things she's mentioned is Patrick has had the one thing he talks about more than anything else is ammo. When he's talking about to the police and the different and Cheryl, the investigator, he described. You can say that. You can tell him, Deb, about he told him about putting the ammo in a bag, and Carolyn, I get my ammo in a box. Okay, I can't. I recall in a plastic box. I never recalled it. I've ever received it in a bag. I recall getting loose 22s in a barrel. I back, with Boy Scouts. We had several thousand rounds were in a barrel. But I never recall ever receiving it in a bag.
No, they come in
or
boxes.
Not in a bag.
Yeah, they come in boxes. Anything that I've seen, like the buckshot and everything, comes in a box.
Yeah.
Box. Boxes, right?
And he's made a real. He told Cheryl about he gave the gun back and the ammo. He told the police at Five Guys, I gave the gun back and the ammo, and he told the investigator that about when she was just a missing person and they were doing a welfare check. I gave the gun back and the ammo. So this ammo thing is really big and really important to Patrick, that he says, hey, I gave the ammo back. Ammo is $9. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't, maybe he had a lot of ammo. I just can't imagine her needing, a couple hundred rounds, but she had a 9mm, nice gun. Mm-hmm. Why is he so concerned about that, or thinks the world is worried about who had the ammo or who had the gun if a gun wasn't part of the crime?
When he was on the phone with Corporal Curran, you guys, I have never heard a man ramble so much in my life. He was going on and on about how they broke up, how they haven't had a connection for a year and a half. Let's try to timestamp that.
That sounds like
a
Chris
year and
Watts.
A half. Yeah, before you have your baby, you don't have a connection?
Connection.
I don't get. Yeah, and then he goes on to describe how she's been spending a lot of time in Pueblo. He doesn't know where she could be, but she's been down there a lot, and with the work and people there. And then he goes on to talk about how she's been in rehab for alcoholism. We're talking about, this is a welfare check. Mm-hmm. Sir, we're calling because we're looking for your fiance.
Right.
And instead of saying, is she okay? And where is she? And where are you? And how can I help? Where can I meet you? He's rambling on about these things. And in addition to all of that, he goes on to talk about and emphasize not only about the rehab, but how he gave her gun back. And he talked about how he gave it back to her and why he gave it back to her, and all of those, all of the intricacies of their relationship about. She felt safe with it, and I had to give it back to her, and it was just all of these excuses. And then he went in to talk about the ammo, and it was just so weird.
And we have a question. Could it have been a King Supers?
Carolyn, he wasn't talking about a baseball bat. He wasn't talking about a baseball bat.
No, I don't believe. I don't
trying
think,
to disguise anything.
But maybe I think she's totally lying about the baseball bat.
Yeah.
She probably is.
I think that's what I think the defense is counting on, that Crystal's lies, the overwhelming. To myself, she lied to the FBI. She tells the FBI, I haven't talked to Patch. They're at her door. She's
right.
eyeball to eyeball with them. No, I haven't talked to Patrick in months. And they're probably looking at each other. She just got off the phone with them. I went to Colorado this weekend, and I went to go look at a horse. She hasn't bought a horse with Patrick in years. Okay, these things are registered. These are expensive horses. They're registered. They're big. To go to a stable. People would have heard, but these are blatant lies, and they're going to count. I think the defense is counting that her trustworthiness is so low, or will be so low, that the
plea deal is not going to.
Jury may believe that she could have done it. She could have done it, and it could have done it at a different time and place. Okay, so.
Mm-hmm. So now Sunflower
It's
Brown says.
It's a bold move. It's a bold move. It's a bold move on the defense, but I would think they would not make such a bold move unless they had some substance to back up and answer the questions we can't get answered. We're not able to answer.
But Carolyn and Tom, she's not lying if Patrick Frazee told her that story. If he said that he used a bat, even though he didn't.
That's true. That's true.
Right, yeah. True,
Yeah.
true.
But then tell me, guys, does that affect the case because they're counting on a particular murder weapon? And if it's not a bat, and if
If it's a
only
pipe
based
or,
on
right.
does that give him an out? Is he going to be able to get away with this because they can't? They put too much. They put all their chips on a bat instead of leaving it open-ended and margin for error in case there's another weapon, even if it was the stoker pole next to the fireplace or a gun or whatever I might have seen them bringing in. What does that do?
Deb, I totally agree with you, except we're stuck with the law as the law is written. And unless the jury can say, if the jury can come to a conclusion that except for Patrick, Kelsey would be alive, except for Patrick, Kelsey, and they're okay with that. The law, traditional law, is you have to have the body has to be proved that is dead, that there was a murder, that the murder weapon caused the murder, and that the murderer held the murder weapon or was the last one touching the murder weapon, in putting that together. I think the judge is going to be very traditional, and he's going to say, he's going to ask the jury to affirm those things in this case. So it might be really tough for them to stray too far from that. So we'll see. We don't know what questions we don't actually know what questions they're going to give the jury to answer when they go into deliberation. But
Okay.
my hunch is most juries, they're going to ask them the question, can you confirm that Kelsey is dead? I mean, that's a very traditional one when you can't find the body.
Right.
And can you confirm the murder weapon that caused her to die? And can you confirm that Patrick and only Patrick was the one that touched the murder weapon that killed Kelsey? And without a witness, there's no witness to any of this. It becomes reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. That's what Patrick's banking his entire life on right now is reasonable doubt. And I myself, and I think I speak for Deb and Krista also, that he's kind of cocky and kind of arrogant that he thinks he's going to get off with this. That he's found a way to. He's on high ground. That he's he's dealing his cards on high ground. And the reason we feel that is because he has not went to deal. He has not tried to do a plea deal.
Right.
And I mean, in his place, it'd be smart. Give me 12 years, 6 after parole, and I'll show you where the body is. That would a certain only 6 would be a lot better than a chance that he may spend the whole rest of his life in jail. So, but he's not dealing. He hasn't even broached the question. He hasn't went forward. Hasn't even stepped up to it. So, our only conclusion is he's very confident he is going to get off. That's all there is to it. He's planning to get off, and he's going to get off. So.
Now, somebody had a question, Deb.
And he's using.
Oh, sorry. Somebody had a question for Deb. Could that thing you saw him carrying been a King Soopers grocery bag with a shotgun?
It is something. I don't know what it is. But yeah, that color of bag. She's on it. She's right. And maybe it was a shotgun, but it was something right over his shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the shotgun was used to shoot her, but the shotgun could be in place of a bat. He could have been swung like a bat. So
Right.
yeah.
There was something over his shoulder. I saw it, you guys, and I don't mind being wrong, but I saw it. I need to see it nude. I don't know what it was, but what is at the shoulder when you hold it? It's got to be something big, right? Think about, you're not going to hold a grocery bag with groceries, even if there's like bananas or eggs in it, up to where it's over your shoulder. No, he's holding it. He's got his hands tucked into his chest. So you don't see his arms down in relaxed position. You don't see them at his waist or at his hips. They're folded into his waist and his stomach, his chest. And then there's something poking out over his shoulder. I saw it.
So
I did.
I just don't know. How are they getting again here? How did they get him again on camera? Where is the camera footage coming from? That when they get him going in the condo?
Tom, it's technical.
Deb, can you get those pictures to, Deb took pictures. Can you get them to Carolyn?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Where
do they get that? Do you know where they get that footage, Tom? From what camera?
They're online internet cameras, wireless cameras. There's several of them on the neighbor's house, which is on the other side of the privacy fence or the courtesy fence
So
between
then
the two houses.
It's maybe they do have photos of Crystal. Like, we don't know if they have photos of Crystal
It's
going
possible.
Well, it's 23rd.
Yeah, we don't.
24th is coming up tomorrow.
Well, I think
We have
that'll
to
tell
break-
us a lot, right, about a theory. If if we see her there in that hazmat suit going to clean up at all, I don't know, bringing buckets or mops or something in there, wouldn't we may catch an image of that?
We'd love to see that, yes.
Carolyn, what do you think? What do your listeners think? So let's just take it for what it is and for what we know right now.
Yeah.
We've seen out of 30-something images that 20-something, closer to 30, are attributed to Patrick Frazee.
Mm-hmm.
We have 3 images that we're to expect tomorrow for the 23rd. And then we have 3 images from the 24th. So if we're to see 3 images that show nothing but maybe a cat, or if the sound alert, when there's a sound, it picks up and it takes a picture, and so there will be nothing in the picture,
Mm-hmm.
but it will have because of sound. So we see nothing in the photos, or what do we think if we see that there's nothing in the image, even though there's been 3 captures each day? Or what do we think if there's actually an image of someone in a hazmat suit, or someone else other than Patrick Frazee or Kelsey Barrett
Well, I
or
think
Kaylee?
it'll
What
tell us.
What will we do? Yeah.
It'll tell us a lot. I mean, if we see her going in there on the day she supposedly did the cleanup, and we see her going in there with something that looks like she is truly cleaning it up, then there'll be a lot more credibility to her story, right? So that, depending on what we see there, I think that'll be really very telling. Now, if we don't see her, if we don't have any footage of her whatsoever going into that townhouse, then the defense, I don't know, maybe the wall is probably going to be a little bit, and you're going to have more doubt. Like, where is she? Well, how come she never went in there? That's, maybe if they're going to say it happened somewhere else, and, she wasn't even there. And if you don't have any pictures of her there, that could be a whole nother ball of wax there.
Huge, yeah. And we're coming up to see that. We have so many moments. District Attorney Dan May, he's very professional, and he's swift, he's smart, he's brilliant,
Mm-hmm.
he's very bright, but he's funny too, and it's always very, very intense, and then every so often he'll get up there and he has everyone chuckling. It's just really interesting and fun to see that. Apparently he had said Patrick Swayze instead of Patrick Frazee
Yeah, I did
today.
that too, yeah.
So there was people of that.
Oh my gosh.
But
Yes.
he's very bright. I had another example. I just blanked out because I just put your screen and I can see you.
Oh, because somebody has had a quick question. They said, do they have any evidence of Patrick asking her to come and clean up the crime scene? Do they have a text message or anything? Just a phone call, right? And
No, phone call.
Phone
Just
call.
a phone call, yes.
Okay.
But now, what's interesting is it's Crystal said that. So Crystal essentially was incriminating herself. And by self-incrimination, it makes a statement a little more worthy in front of a jury. But that's the only thing, that's the only level of evidence there.
Okay. But didn't she talk after she got the deal? Like, that's when she said it? Isn't that when she knew she had the deal, the up to 3 years maximum?
No, I think we have, there's a little good question. I think, because I was asked this question this morning, there's a little misconception here. Crystal did an initial interview with police and stopped. I mean,
Right.
very, very short and stopped. Went and got an attorney, came back and had like I think it was a steady 24-hour interview. Okay, stopped. Then nothing came from Crystal for a period of time until she cut her plea deal, and her plea deal came with a testimony. Okay, I don't know how many pages, 1 page, 300 pages, I don't know. And then there were some questions that they had an opportunity to ask. Apparently from that point in March through till now, there has been very little dialogue between the prosecution and Crystal, and also between the defense and Crystal. They were debating this in the judges' chambers about needing access to her. There's little good that would come of the prosecution having further conversation with Crystal, because Crystal may violate her plea deal, and the prosecution will have to prosecute her. So they do not really want to get into the normal channel of prepping a witness. So I think the prosecution steered clear of her after the testimony. So I think really it's only the written testimony and a few words early on, and maybe some questions answered along the way. I don't believe that she's been sitting down for a week of interrogation or anything like that. That is going on. I don't think her attorney would have allowed that. And the defense, she surely wouldn't show up for the defense. So I believe she truly is a surprise witness for both the prosecution and the defense. Or, once again, weird. So.
Right. Jackie came to say hi to you, Mommy, and my
hi.
daughter. So,
Hello.
yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
She's saying good night.
Deb, give her an extra hug. Give her an extra hug because she's so cute. I mean, she's really cute. Give her hugs. She's extra cute. Yeah.
Say bye. Bye. She's the age of yours.
Bye.
Same age as yours, Carolyn.
Oh, yeah.
So she's curious. They want to hear the adult conversation.
Oh, yeah, right. Cell phone pings. I'm just looking if there's any questions here. I think some are saying that this might be just a not guilty or a hung jury. I'm just reading out some of the things that they're saying.
That makes sense. That makes a hung jury makes a whole lot. I think the jury is going to be more likely to deliver a mistrial than they are to deliver
Not guilty.
an acquittal. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I might be disappointed, but I wouldn't be surprised if they came back with an acquittal. So.
Did you guys hear about the testimony from the Verizon guy?
I just read it to them, but if you want to go over that he said that he was very wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's freaked out, this guy across the counter. So we've all been to the cell phone store.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
it's never fun, right? It's never fun, and we're always frustrated. And so we get it. But it seems like Patrick was above and beyond. And can you imagine getting on that radar, being that everyone's irritated and agitated when they come in the store, but this guy got on the radar for it?
Right.
He was trying to, let me look at my notes. I don't know if you guys follow this, but he was trying to get information about the other phone. He wouldn't even call it Kelsey's phone or his fiance's phone. He just called it the other phone. It seems to me like he was distancing himself. Like it's my other phone. It's like it's his other phone. He's trying to get the PIN so that he can erase and deactivate everything to do with that account. He refers to the account as the phone, as the destroyed phone. So they have another phone and it's destroyed. He's asking the Verizon guy, can I retrieve the data from the destroyed phone? Or is there any way to block anyone from getting access to that or to his phone, to his account rather? And the guy in the middle of the conversation, because Patrick was saying things like, just listen, I'm not as bad as people say. He was just paranoid and being really weird and freaking him out. Then he had to excuse himself to say he needed to use the restroom, and he Googled Patrick and realized who Patrick was. And he came back and he's like, there's nothing we can do to help you. You need to have the phone in order to get this PIN. you have to have it on your person, but he's like, it's destroyed. What do we do? So they escalated to corporate. You know, we all have done that. It takes a long 40 minutes, I mean, a lot of effort to get to corporate. So you get to corporate on the phone, and they're just, there's nothing we can do. You have to have the phone, and it was kind of a security issue with it. It was getting to be a bit suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
And Patrick flipped out again, and he was just really off-putting to this guy.
Right.
And so the guy tried to dismiss him and say, I'm sorry, we did the best we could do. And Patrick said, can we just go outside and talk about this? Can you imagine if you're working for a store and someone says to you, can we just take this outside and talk about this?
Yeah.
What people are saying about me aren't true, but let's go outside and talk about it. He was scared. He was, no. And he immediately called. And as soon as Patrick was on, he called the police. That's
Right.
serious stuff, right? It's hearsay, but that's big stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And then there was also that other woman that he spoke with at the credit union.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where she was taken aback, and how that he was asking for surveillance footage and video and photos from the 22nd, when he said that Kelsey was last heard from on the 24th. It made no sense to her. And then there was this Slagle man, this Slagle guy who's been helping him, who was, and this is where the defense came in on their cross-examining.
Mm-hmm.
They pointed out, was it Patrick that asked about the Conoco footage, or was it Slagle? It was Slagle. Okay, the reason why, that it seems to be the main reason why Patrick, the most important reason in Slagle's mind, was to get that, if they had any footage from the Conoco ATM. And that, you have been calling, I never noticed the Conoco situation. I didn't know the significance to it, but you, Carolyn, keep pointing it out. And as trial is going on, I keep hearing it over and over and over, almost every time we have trials so far, Friday and today. Conoco, Conoco, Conoco. What is up with that?
Yeah, I might have some, important information somewhere in that film, but yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess until we see, I really want to see if there's anything of her going in that townhouse.
Yeah, but wasn't that Conoco where Crystal and they met and they got in the,
yeah,
right?
yes,
That's what you pointed up.
right, yes.
Do you think that Slagle knew that? He heard that from Patrick, and he was trying to get a hands-on
probably, yeah, to see if what showed up there, maybe what they got, what kind of angle they got, and stuff like that.
Try to distance Patrick from Crystal?
That, or didn't they went to one together, right, too?
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, so that would show them together. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're going to pull out some stuff. Thank you so much, Rosa. You're so sweet. But I don't know. I would like just to get. I'm not good at waiting for things.
Me too. It's like, don't even wrap my present.
Yeah.
I don't want it wrapped. And don't even hide it. I just tell me what it is. Christmas is 2 weeks away. Just tell me what it is.
Yeah,
right.
Right. I just like it, just like tell me what you have. If you have this stuff, sometimes it's good. Like when Juan Martinez went with the gas can, and that was a good moment and got areas. But I just do we have a photo of her going in that townhouse? And it would be great if we could catch her going in with a hazmat suit, like with that coverall suit and like a mop bucket. Then then we would have that, but
tomorrow it's coming up because he was next to go on to the 23rd. And I have to say, I've never seen Steigerwald take his chin and grab it and rub it. You know how men do that, where they're like covering their mouth and they're rubbing their chin? He was doing that excessively today.
Huh.
Wow. I pick up on those weird things. I just do.
So someone wanted you to say, just like to go over what happened in court today. Do like any they wanted to hear like about being in the courthouse.
About being in the courthouse?
Yeah, somebody said they wanted to hear like what went on in court. I guess I guess if you saw any emotion, if you saw like just anything that happened in the courthouse.
The courthouse, the blinds were closed today, so you couldn't really see the view, and it was really difficult to hear. I was 2 rows behind the first row, which is where the family is. So I was 2 rows behind Cheryl Barrett and Clint and all of them, and I could pretty much hear the testimony and all the cross-examination. But what was interesting is that the prosecution was very good and proper to be in front of the podium and speaking to the microphone, as well as speak to the jury and to the witness. But when the defense came on, they didn't stand in front of the podium. They they stood to the side of it, away from the microphone, way away from the microphone, but pretty much directed themselves to the jury themselves and to the witness. And so it made it, and it almost seemed like a strategic thing, but it was very difficult for anyone in the courthouse to hear, and I can't imagine how big of a struggle it was for media, who is trying to listen, trying to type, trying to, digest everything that's going on and get it on paper so that they can give it out to the rest of us. So it was a struggle. And then there was that, and there was a few funny moments, because Karen May is hilarious. And so we had reporters say that there were a jury yawning. I saw it was one juror, she yawned, but that was in between biting her nails because the testimony was so intense. We were all, it would be great. So judge does not appreciate anyone to bring any coffee into the courtroom, but the jurors can have water, and so can, each legal side. But the rest of us can't. But there is a point where coffee would be really nice because everyone is bug-eyed paying attention. But when your body is tired, but your brain is awake, that's going on. That same juror was seriously, just like I was, on the edge of her seat, biting her nails, interested in everything. All of them, I observed all of them. They may have to take a break to stand up, to stretch their legs in between everything, and it might not be time to do that, but they're all very, very, very intent and paying attention on what's happening and what they're listening to.
Right, and sometimes someone can yawn and it just has nothing to do, sometimes people yawn with light or, just strange. It doesn't mean that she wasn't paying attention, or she might be sleepy, but she still could be paying attention.
No, she's one of the brightest, she's the bright one of the group. They're all bright. She was brilliant, and she wasn't, I don't think that's anything, I don't know where that came from, but it was something Krista sent to me, and I saw a flash of it, and I thought, no, that's not how it went. No. No one is yawning on that jury. They're paying very good attention, and they're really good with when the judge asks if the jury has any questions after each witness. They do take the judge up on that, and they do ask
You're just talking about yawning, and I'm yawning.
You should write those questions down, but they do. For example, the baby gate, the neighbor said that she gave the baby gate to Kelsey. One of the questions from the juror, am I allowed to say any of this?
Yeah, the neighbors, can I ask you something? It did say the neighbors testified today, and they didn't have anything about it in the article, so tell us about the neighbors' testimony. Which neighbors? The ones right next to her? The one connected to her? Did they testify?
Yeah.
Okay.
She testified, and she testified that she gifted or gave Kelsey the baby gate. It was her daughter's, and she had used it at some point to keep dogs from getting up from the stairs to a floor. But that gate came from the neighbor. That neighbor shares a wall with Kelsey, and this neighbor knows Kelsey. She talks to Kelsey, and she even knows Cheryl. They've talked in the driveway when moving in and when giving the gate. And she said, that baby, talking about Kaylee, is just an angel. I've never heard anything, not a word. And Cheryl and Kelsey says, are you sure? Because this baby has lungs. She says, never, never, ever. So she was suggesting that the insulation between the two houses were really good as well. So she wouldn't have ever heard it, and she testified that she never heard any disturbances. But she wasn't there on Thanksgiving. They were, almost all of them were visiting family that day. and even the neighbor who has the security footage, she was at her mother's house, but her phone was pinging, pinging, pinging over and over. The same surveillance footage with the Shanann Watts case, that's the same thing that she has. She has the same as Shanann and Chris Watts. And so you guys know how that system works and how sensitive it is. The same, and how much the time data from that case, you already know the system. And you remember how law enforcement retrieved those the caches from Nicole Kessinger's phone? They used that same technology to retrieve these pegs. Yeah. So you already are like 10 steps ahead of me because you know.
I hear it in so many cases. This with about the phones and getting it from the. It's scary that we know that. Like we all other people are like, what are they doing? Okay. But yeah. So and then was it just that neighbor? Because I thought it said a couple of neighbors. Was it just the one neighbor?
No, it's two neighbors. It was the one that lent the baby gate, and it's the other one. It's another one that has a security surveillance.
Okay.
And those are the two.
And did they say anything? The other ones with the security say anything significant? Just that the system and that's it.
It's what you heard about in the news, and it's what you're waiting for tomorrow to hear for the 23rd to see what images are captured.
Okay.
On the 23rd.
And then there was you had the Verizon person, you had the person at the credit union. So he lost his temper. Like, did she say he really lost his temper? He got angry. She said when.
Yes.
Right.
She was uncomfortable. He went to the police. Can you believe it? That takes a lot. She went to the police immediately.
Right.
Same with the Verizon guy. Very weird behavior. And you look over at him, you guys, and I want to tell you that he turned purple. He was purple. He wasn't red like with Cheryl. Purple when the Verizon guy was on. Purple. And when they were talking about the images from the neighbor's house, he would look up every so often, but most of the time it's that sticking your nose into the grind, into the book. He was doing that purposeful, keep your head down. Mostly. Right. And then he was hardly writing, but mostly just keeping his head very low.
Was his mother in court, they want to know?
She was outside of the courtroom. When Judge just about bit the head off of one of the public folks in the gallery. It was a Patrick Frazee team person who was incessantly typing on his phone. And Judge, after Friday, he's not tolerating it, and he said, no, you will, he put the gavel down. He wasn't having it. And so later in the day, I got a bit pissed off. So in the afternoon, a lady came in, so more new people come in at different times, come and go. But she was really into her notes. And I had heard the judge say, no note taking, only for the media. No phones, no laptops. He really laid into this guy.
So before they had allowed, so that there's no laptops after Friday, because before they were allowed, as long as they were quiet, right?
No, it's always been the same. It's just media. Media can have the laptops. They can type. They can.
Oh, the media, right? That's what I mean. I'm sorry. So the media can still have the laptop?
Yeah, no laptops. No by public. You have to be media.
Right.
He also said no note taking, but I took it to the nth degree. So when this new individual came in at lunchtime and she starts going crazy with notes, a friend of one of our group members came today. Both of us were just like, what is she doing so many notes? I'm hypersensitive to what happened Friday. And so we're like, to the sheriff, come over. And the first one looks and I said, I did the motion of the handwriting, her. She's doing notes. And the sheriff's guard just kind of like, yeah, okay. I was like, what's going on? So we, to the other sheriff, and he came over, and I said, decorum order, we're not supposed to write notes. He goes, are you sure? I think that, I said, no, you said only media. He said, laptop, notes, everything, only media. Public, you're not able to do that. There's no live recording, yada, yada, yada. And he says, okay. So we went over to her, and she's so cute. She's like, but I can take notes. And I was just like, uh-oh, and I'm trying not to look like I'm the, the one that just was the jerk on her. And so he goes to sit down, I look back at her, and she gives me like the, whoa, what's up? And I said, let's talk after at break. And she's like, okay. And so it's break time, and I went to the sheriff guy, and I said, can you please just clarify the decorum order? And he says, there's no electronic devices except for media, but the public is able to take notes. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, oh man, this is bad.
Oh, sorry, never mind. Yeah.
So then I get stuck in the elevator with her, and I'm like, I'm really don't take it personally. It's just you don't realize how bad Friday was. She's like, it's no problem. And we couldn't get any water. There's nowhere. The water fountain wasn't working. She's parched. I'm parched. I'm like having altitude sickness practically. And I had some sweeties. I had Jolly Ranchers in my bag. So I gave her some Jolly Ranchers, and we're like best friends now. So
oh, good.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was telling Tom that earlier today. It was a fun part of the day. We're making friends, and there's other people that were in the public area that were coming to be in the gallery just to watch. That really have nothing to do with the internet or any of our groups. But they're so interested in the case in general, and it goes to show that it's great that Kelsey's voice is out there and her story is out there.
Right.
And refer them to all of us to see that it goes even further. There's good people out there that are trying to make a difference and be a stronger voice for the victims. And that's you, sir. And we try to, your inspiration, we try to do the same.
Yeah, you guys are
Thank
great.
you.
And you know what I was going to say? And I was just, oh my gosh, what about Patrick's sister? Is she there with the mother?
Sorry?
Patrick's sister, is she there with the mother?
She was there, and you guys, what's interesting is when Clint was on, he talked about it's hearsay, but he talked about in one of the last conversations he had with Kelsey, and it had to do with that whole father passing away, inheritance, coming into money,
right,
estate situation, where he said that Kelsey told him that that Aaron said an attorney would be contacting her about the estate, and that Kelsey told Clint that things were not good between the family, that there was a major disagreement between this inheritance and the money that their father had come into. And major hearsay, but I find that huge because Tom, from the get-go, even you, Mommy, you've been saying that there's something to do with this father and his mysterious death and this inheritance and the closed doors that they were having about his estate.
Right, absolutely. And the brother, how long was he? Was he on the stand a long time, or Clint?
Not very long. No, not very long. He was pointing out the fact that he was the one that found the blood on the toilet, and they called police immediately. And so then they were removed from the townhouse, and then that's when the victims came in, and they really examined it well. And when they found all of that speck of blood in so many different places.
Oh, and then how was Cheryl on the rest of her testimony? Was she very emotional, or she was?
She was great. She was very strong today. Very. And so was Clint. Clint was emotional. Bless his heart.
Yeah.
Stand it. Yeah, he got emotional, guys. It's really hard. But the minute he's emotional, the next minute he's just is doubly strong because he's telling what he saw, and he didn't just see something in passing. On the plane ride to the house, they were compiling notes of what they're going to go and see. They're already being proactive to find Kelsey. They're like, oh, we're going to find and see. Let's make sure that her luggage is been taken. Let's make sure she took her makeup, her hair products, her toothbrush. they made all of these lists of what to do when they got there, and they were so proactive. They were able to report this to law enforcement so that they can act accordingly, because those things were left behind, and that is a big red flag. And they were on it, and I think that's where his emotion was, because he was realizing these things, and it was scary, and there wasn't really anything he could do at that moment but to call law enforcement. I just can't imagine being in that position. Can you?
No, I can't. No. And somebody wanted to know, I'm just looking at questions. I'm trying to keep track. Somebody wants to know if Clint is younger than Kelsey, right? He's younger, isn't he?
He's older.
Oh, he's older.
By
Okay. He's older.
Yeah. By a couple of years.
By a couple of years. Okay. And, let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions here. The fact that he is on the rocks with.
Is anyone curious about this defense? Are they really going to just fully go after Crystal with her having such a big alibi? Or what was all that big to do about Breckenridge and this potential hitman? Tom has the phantom theory, and I feel it. I see it in the defense, and they're being so little and vague in their cross-examination or their cross-arguments, that it's something that's coming up. It's going to be wham bam on Crystal,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like we're going to introduce a third person. What do you guys think? Are you feeling it so far? How else can they do this? We know we don't believe it, but what can they do?
I mean, I thought they were going to just go after Crystal and say that she came down. Maybe if they do have any footage of her going in there, maybe they're going to say, look, she was on it was the 23rd that she was down there, right? Was it the 23rd or the 24th?
We talk about the hitman at Breckenridge. So the way I understand is that the prosecution comes in with their big guns in the beginning, and they introduce anything that might cause a problem later to sort it in the beginning. And what was the stuff that we heard about Breckenridge and the potential hitman? It was so vague. It was so little.
Right, and I kind of thought that was one of the solicitation charges that didn't work out. I don't know. I mean, that's what I just from the testimony.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
So it's ruled out, and we can move forward, kind of thing.
That's kind of what I thought, like that there was a solicitation for this guy, but I thought that's why, now, if I'm remembering correctly, that's why he started with Crystal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then did Crystal, 3 times solicited her to commit this murder, and then when she didn't, they would say that that's when he went and did it himself, and then got her to clean up.
Right.
Now somebody said the male DNA that wasn't Patrick's, but I'm not surprised he tried to get others. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I mean, tomorrow, who do you think will be on the stand tomorrow then? Do you think she'll start on, or did they?
I know for a fact that the very large guy from the task force, he's the pardon me, he's not task force. He's with the district attorney's office. He's the high tech guy that implemented that high tech equipment in order to obtain those images.
Right.
The one that matches is just the same, pretty close to the same stature as Patrick within their analysis and testing.
Right.
He's going to be on. He'll be on first because they always start off with where they ended up with.
Sure.
So he'll cover the 23rd and the 24th and whatever else. We don't know what's next after
Right.
that.
I'm wondering if they're going to bring her, they're going to go like with a DNA expert or something, to start explaining some of that other evidence. Yeah, I mean, they don't have any medical examiners to put on there because they don't have a body, but yeah, they could go through the forensics there, or maybe did they already get the investigators to talk about the search warrants and what they When they went into his ranch, did they talk about that? Did they get the investigators that did that?
They didn't speak of it, but Tom will know more about that. Tom?
Tom fell asleep.
It's late. Maybe Tom's
I'm,
gone. Tom, are you here?
which part do you want to talk? Which part would you like me to talk about, Deb?
Helen had
On
a
the Nash
question.
Ranch?
Oh, I had a question if they had the investigators on that talked about executing the search warrants on Patrick's Ranch and what they, recovered and all about what that was like.
They haven't put them on yet. I think they will. But to your larger question there, Carolyn, I think they're going to need to get Crystal on the stand soon, because if she damages them, they have to have time to recover. And she's unpredictable as to what she might say or how. She's unpredictable because she's not prepared for all the different questions the defense might throw at her. And she has no legal representation. She can't. There's nobody in the courtroom that will be able to stick their hand up and go, I object, or can I talk to my client for a moment? Once she's in there and she's sitting on the stand, I mean, she's all by her lonesome. She's the most lonesome person on the planet at that point. So I think they want to get her on soon. I don't know if it's tomorrow, but within the next 48 hours, they really need to get her on the stand to speak. They also need to get, as you pointed out, they need to get the investigators on there to point out what they found in the search warrants. But they didn't find too much. That's the problem. Those search warrants didn't surface a whole lot. They can talk about a little more about the fire. They maybe in depth what they think about the fire, but the fire is really hard to sell to a jury. So I'm not sure that they're going to push from that a whole lot. But Crystal needs to get on the. I mean, they're running a huge risk if they leave Crystal to the end, because that's Patrick's attorney's dream.
Because they still have to get somebody to talk about.
For Crystal to be the last one, the last witness is the worst thing for the prosecution.
Yeah, I don't think they'll leave her last, but they also have to have the investigators talk about going out to Nash Ranch and getting the dogs out and uncovering the. But that'll come because Crystal is the one that gave them that information, right? Where the body was born.
Yeah, so it might be they put Crystal on, let Crystal talk, and then bring the investigators back in because of her. These are the search warrants that we then followed up. But I mean, without Crystal, or referring. I mean, they didn't refer to Crystal today. So without Crystal or referring to Crystal, they don't have a case. So they got to bring her in pretty darn soon. I mean, the other stuff, it's putting the jury to sleep, and that's not a good place to be. They need the jury to stand up and say, yeah, this guy's guilty. And Crystal's the only one that's going to get him there, if she can get him there.
Guess what, though? The defense said Kelsey's name today.
Oh, yeah?
They didn't. Yep, they didn't say it Friday, but they said it a bunch today. I thought it was interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
But it was a lot today to take in, and there's 255 witnesses.
Yeah, I know. That's a lot.
You covered it. Yeah.
Let's see. Anybody else have any questions?
His mother found the broom on her bed. What do you guys think of that?
He found the broom on her bed?
Yeah, on Kelsey's bed, there was a broom, a dirty broom laying on the bed.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that would put a broom on their bed intentionally. I mean, could she have been cleaning and left in a rush? Why in the world would you put a broom on the bed?
No, not your own bed. It was Crystal putting left the broom on the bed.
That's what I'm
right?
saying. Yeah. I'm saying it would be Crystal, but why would even Crystal put a broom on? On the bed. But
why would you have a broom on the loft? Why would there be a broom on the second floor loft? I mean, it's a tiny little place. What would a broom do related to the crime? It is a good question. What's a broom doing on the bed?
The garbage can was not inside the pantry. So you know the closet area underneath your stairway. You know the little door.
Mm-hmm.
Under that, you can put a bike. You know, it's a storage area. That's where Kelsey keeps her kitchen trash.
Oh, okay.
The garbage trash can was outside of that,
Oh,
which is based on Cheryl's testimony is usually inside.
was
And
it
so
empty?
That was out. It wasn't quite empty, but she didn't go through it.
Mm-hmm.
But what was interesting is that to them was that garbage day wasn't done. So you know when garbage day is on Wednesdays, Thursdays or whatever day, by then Kelsey would have taken everything out to the garbage dumpster for the dumpster, but it wasn't done. So it was an excess of garbage, it seems. It wasn't full and she didn't go through it quite. She left it very vague. She says, I didn't go through it quite much. I didn't, you know, I think there's going to be more testimony, or maybe we'll leave it vague. But, yeah, it was interesting, the fact that it was a red flag to them that the trash can was outside of the pantry.
Okay, and somebody said who had the baby at this point? At which point? You mean right now? The Barretts have custody of the baby, or do you mean when the murders happened? Well, then they both had custody, but then Patrick had the baby from that point until they got custody. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Full Heart and Hands, which one? The nurse might really be the one that did this and wanted this done. I mean, who drives 3 times and seems like she tried to set someone up? She admits to leaving blood, so she wasn't trying to, and then you got cut off there, help him out, in her opinion, she thinks. So, you know, I mean, some people do think, you know, Kelsey.
She makes a good point. She makes a good point.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only reason we have not concluded Crystal did it is because it's hard to place her at the scene of the crime. That's the only reason. Everything else, motives there, capability, intent, effort. But you can't place Crystal in Woodland Park on 11/22 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Can't place her there until Friday morning at around 7:30 a.m. So.
Right, and then Kelsey, she looks like she was killed on the 22nd based on how the phones moved around, right?
Yeah. Did we get to Carolyn about that really weirdness about the emojis and the context and the syntax of the text between Kelsey and her supervisor? Tom?
I think you should tell Carolyn about that. I think it's significant and do include the 10:30 time. The 10:30 time for that Thanksgiving response is key for that emoji. The 10:30 emoji is actually key. Go figure.
Okay, yeah, tell me.
Tell her, Tom.
No, tell us, Tom. She wants you to.
My apologies, Deb. Kelsey had her boss at DAS Aviation had noticed that she had a particular, and others had a particular way of signing off, and which included an emoji, smiling face.
Right.
She sent one about 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and he had a copy of one, and then on Thanksgiving the boss sent a Happy Thanksgiving text out, and Kelsey replied to that text, or Patrick replied, or whoever had her phone replied, and did the emoji different. At the time, the fellow did not notice a difference, or if he noticed it, didn't give it any importance. Later, a text was received late on the 25th, saying that she wasn't going to be in work, that she had to go take care of a ill grandmother,
Right.
or wanted to visit an ill grandmother, and used the same incorrect emoji, the same incorrect sequence. It was later, after he had heard about her missing, that he went back and looked at these, and he realized that the text, both the text of the 10:30 p.m. message on 11:20, we believe it's 11:22. We're going to work with Sam to confirm this, but it was on 11:22, 10:30 p.m. message, and also the message late on around 5 o'clock on the 25th, Sunday the 25th, which Crystal admits sending. Crystal admits sending that one. Both are incorrect, but they're equally incorrect. They're the same incorrectness, which indicates the same person may have sent them.
Right. Yeah.
And which I mean, I don't know how much we can get out of an emoji. It's not like a fingerprint or a DNA, but it indicates the same person sent it, because they made the same incorrect syntax on both of them. Now, interesting, 10:30 p.m. on Thanksgiving night is let me back up, Carolyn. From around 4:40 in the afternoon of the murder, 11:22 Thanksgiving Day, from 4:40 to about 10 o'clock, Patrick was off radar. To our knowledge, his phone wasn't pinging, he wasn't seen, and then around 10 o'clock, his phone started pinging in the vicinity of the Nash Ranch. Till about 11 o'clock. We do know he sent one text, or somebody sent a text, mimicking Kelsey to Cheryl at that time. Apparently another text was sent at the same time to his boss. It's our theory that Patrick had taken the body right after dark and took it to the Nash Ranch. Now, Crystal says he took it there and then later brought it back and burned it. Our theory is he either burned it there or buried it there and turned it. I mean, it would be almost silly for a murderer to be moving a body around that much. And particularly a 2-day-old body is not a fun body to move, even if it's in a box.
Right. Yeah.
So I think the time, the emoji, both the emoji, the incorrectness of the emoji, and the time, the 10:30 p.m. on 11:22. If we can confirm that it was on that day and not on 11:21, I think are significant.
Yeah.
And what else?
Did I do okay, Deb?
You did, but I picked up on something, guys, and I might be wrong, but this guy with DOS Aviation, Raymond, Sebring, I think is his name. He over-explained his text messages. He over-explained the syntax. He over-explained the emojis and the context in which they were coming from, which all seemed very professional to me. But it seemed a bit overword. It was just too much of explaining of how this is how I reply to her and this is how she replies to me. And I can see, and I was picking up that it might have been a source of contention with Patrick Frazee, because when he was on his call, when we listened to his voice and the conversation with Corporal Curran, when she was doing the welfare check, he was saying words like, I'm not sure where she is. She might be in the rehab, or she spends a lot of time with work in Pueblo these days. And his voice sounded very contentious. It was very no concern, no worries, almost bitter, just very detached. And I'm picking up on that. It might be nothing, but I was just wondering, why is this dude so professional at DAWS? And the same breath is saying how amazing Kelsey is to even have that position, because it is a very hard position to get, and she earned it, and she's bright, and she's amazing, and we know that. But in the same breath, he's trying to explain and defend and justify the messages between him and his coworker. They weren't unprofessional at all, you guys. They weren't. But I can see where someone who is narcissistic personality disorder might have an issue with it, and then to hear him in his own words in a conversation be so so bitter to say something in the tone that he did about he spends a lot of time in Pueblo these days. I don't know. You just had to hear it, and I just picked up on it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that we can't hear,
I
a
know.
lot of, so hopefully, I don't know, maybe they'll release something later on, but, it's so, such a high profile case, and you can't, it feels like we're back in like the Stone Age or something. We just get like hot.
Exactly, because you have me, who is the worst. My husband would tell you, Deb is the worst person to tell you a story back. Like, I'm the worst storyteller. And
No,
so
you've
here
been
I
great. I
am.
mean, it just feels like
You're doing good, Deb.
you're doing
You're
fine.
doing just
It's
fine.
just we're used to, like analyzing every little thing, and now it's like there's nothing. They won't let us see anything, and it's
I know.
it's like why?
Carolyn, it's very likely that we'll have this. It could go to a mistrial, and we'll have
Yeah.
this case again.
Yeah, I know,
It's
right?
very likely this could come on back,
And-
or it could even come back as a conspiracy case at a federal level against Crystal. And I'm on an aside. We now know that Crystal's plea deal does not contain language to protect her from a federal conspiracy charge. So that is really, really weird, because that means her words can be used against her in a federal court.
Yeah.
And apparently the feds were not playing ball with the conspiracy thing, or with the plea deal. They weren't playing ball. So we may see this whole thing come back again, and it may come back in completely in video and audio in a federal court.
Right.
So.
Wow. Yeah, it could very well. Yeah.
I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if that occurred.
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely could. So tomorrow you've got another day, and I wonder, what that'll bring. But tomorrow's Tuesday. Now there's an election, right? There's election day tomorrow, right? Isn't it?
You said
Yes.
I'm a horrible blogger. My mom was really good at that stuff.
Oh.
So what are we supposed to do?
Tomorrow's election day, right?
For what? What are we supposed to vote
Just for
Yeah.
like local elections and stuff like that. But
Okay.
am I dreaming? Isn't tomorrow like the election day? Isn't it the second? Wait, is it the first Tuesday in November? Yes. Okay.
Third
I'm
Tuesday.
thinking like I'm losing my mind. Okay. Yes, it is.
Tomorrow's my birthday, you guys. I
Is
just
it?
realized it.
Happy birthday.
Oh my God. I can't even believe I just said it to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
Yeah. That's what's going on tomorrow. My poor husband.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And
I'm
so
fine.
court runs just the same, I guess, because everybody could vote later on. They don't close for anything like that. But
Everything's on track.
But
My sister's birthday today, actually, too.
it's whose birthday?
This is consumed me.
I missed who you said.
I was saying this case has consumed me. I just realized, too, it's my sister's birthday today. And I
Oh,
didn't
your
call her.
sister's birthday. Oh, wow.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Happy birthday to your sister too. You have been around. Oh, I'm trying to see if anybody else had any questions. Everybody's saying happy birthday. Let's see.
I have some calls to make. Is it me, or do you get caught up in these cases, Carolyn, that you just realize, oh shit, today's my birthday, or...
Yeah, a lot of times we get caught up. Yeah, because I realized, like somebody said something like, "Oh, it was their father's birthday," and then I realized, oh, it was my father's birthday. But yeah, a lot of times we get caught up in things, and we don't. The time passes very quick. Like I said, like last winter went by very quickly, and I'm hoping like this winter. I don't like time speeding by, but. The January that I usually can't stand because it's so long and so cold, and at least when you get to February, next month is spring, but January went by like that last year. So, I think it helps, and a lot of people in here are alone, so they, it passes the time for them in the winter when it can be really lonely and they can't even, get out and stuff. So to get and, have somebody that they can come in and talk to them, in the chatters and, to us, it helps people with that, because the winter can be really depressing, right? Um, let's face it, especially if you're not getting out.
Yeah, but I'm right now, I'm feeling like this huge heavy weight over me because I didn't think of my sister. That's fine, I forget about me, but I can't believe that I forgot about my sister. And it's like,
Yeah, it
she's very-
happens sometimes. I mean,
she's
you know,
like-
you're doing a lot, and I mean, you know, are you a twin?
practically, we're Irish twins because we're 1 year, 1 day less apart. So she's November 5th, and I'm November 6th. And I'm older, I'm 1 year older.
Oh,
So,
okay. Wow.
she's my pumpkin.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can catch up. She'll understand.
Yeah. So, isn't
Yeah.
election? That's the presidential election, Rosa. But there's the local elections. You know, you go vote for your whatever. Everything's different for everybody where they are, but there's always an election day. It's just not, you know, depends on where you are, what it's for. But yeah, so okay, we've got to do that, and let me see here.
Yeah, always having your birthday around election time. That's so much fun. And then we have this in joke going in the family with my sister and I. Our birthdays being so close together that we're Valentine's babies,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like mom always gets pregnant on Valentine's Day, and so they always joke about it. It's kind of creepy to me, but you know,
Right.
family can be. Yeah.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Let me see what they're saying. Anybody have any questions for Deb or Tom before you let them go have the rest
Thank
of
you guys. I'm always listening to you.
Thank you. Thank you for
Karen.
coming.
Thank you.
But tomorrow, I'm looking forward to hearing about
Thanks, Carol.
tomorrow. Thank you, Tom, for coming. Thank you, Deb, for coming, and really appreciate the updates.
Thank you.
Yeah, and everybody's saying
Appreciate
thank you.
you.
So I think, yeah, so we'll look forward to tomorrow and see what happens. And any life insurance policies they want to know that you heard? Did you hear any life insurance?
Yes, there was an interesting conversation. So Clint, when he was on, he said, did I say this already? I feel like I'm repeating myself. But he said he had one of the last conversations that he had with Kelsey was to do with Kelsey saying to him that she was expecting an attorney to call her because Aaron said an attorney would be calling her about the estate, about her father's estate, which is Kaylee's grandfather's estate. And that pretty much what she was conveying to Clint, Kelsey was conveying to Clint, was that things were not good in the family, that there was a lot of discourse and disagreement pertaining to this estate and his inheritance. It seems as though he has had money or had come into money, and there was an estate issue, and Erin was all up in it. And she was so much that Kelsey said to Clint she was having an attorney call Kelsey about it. You know, we've had those individuals who are so bright to say, what was up with all of that? Do you wonder if Kelsey knew something more about what happened to Patrick's father or what was going on with his estate? Either she turned sour or she knew too much or she was disheartened by it all and she spoke up, and that all of these things were what brought her to her demise. What do you guys think?
It could be, but then didn't he solicit, like, when did that first start coming back? Because wasn't he soliciting for months or planning for months? Was his father sick? Was Patrick's father sick?
I don't know how long he was sick. Tom would know better, but I know that in his conversation.
Yeah, Carolyn, Patrick's father passed away on August 1st. And almost right afterwards, Crystal started the attempts on Kelsey's life. The one in September, two in October, one aborted attempt early in November, and then the final attempt. So that was a lot going on since the death, but I believe actually it started back in 2017. I think Patrick engaged Crystal to do this back as early as October 2017 at the birth of Kelsey, or birth of Kaylee.
But the other thing is, if it was an inheritance or anything, that's not community. Like, she wouldn't have any claim on that, even if they were married. That's not, that doesn't get split up. If they would divorce,
Sure she would. Sure she would. Sure, no, sure she would.
not in New York.
Many people, particularly people of, now I'm a CPA, okay?
Yeah.
So, an engineer and a CPA, how do you like that? But there's many people, many clients of Patrick's father's age that love this generation skipping tax planning. And if he had, seven figures, low seven figures, he would probably be considering some of this generation skipping tax planning. And the way to do that is you essentially gift it to the descendant of your descendant, and that would be, in this case, the only one that would actually qualify that had his father's name was Kaylee. So therefore, Kelsey would become the guardian under the Uniform Gift and Minors Act. Kelsey would become the guardian of those funds, and if Patrick was planning to use those funds to buy the Nash Ranch, I'm not sure that Kelsey would have been in agreement with using her daughter's funds to buy the Nash Ranch for Patrick, and thus they would immediately be at loggerheads, and there would be nothing Patrick could do about it until he could eliminate Kelsey. So it could be the Uniform Gift and Minors Act could have been the fulcrum there that kind of pushed it over the edge.
Well, maybe if she was saying that, especially because the mother didn't like her in the house, maybe she was saying, okay, so when we get this money, if we buy this Nash Ranch, then we'll build a house there, and I want it to be in both of our names.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then he didn't want that because he didn't want her name on there. So he was trying to get her gone so that when it passed to Kaylee, he would have full control of that money without having to worry about her.
Yep. And I think he was hoping to get her to run away, leave, quit, desist, and somehow disappear. But apparently she wasn't having any of it. So.
It's interesting that
She loved the guy.
Remember Erin's paralegal book around that same theme? So Erin, her Amazon wish list public, and in her wish list during that time that Tom was talking about, Erin is wishing for a paralegal book on legality for the estate, apparently. It's very telling. I have a picture of it. I'll send it to you.
Okay. All right. Interesting things to think about. Yeah. A lot of what motive in murder. A lot of it is money, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah. So I wouldn't. I mean, it sounds plausible. So.
All the people that helped or tried to help Crystal all had money issues. That's one thing that's really, so it tells me, hey, all those people have money issues. That means this must have been a solution to their money issues, and that would indicate Patrick had some money to spread around. So,
let's see.
So there must be money there.
To ask you something. What do you want to ask Stephanie? Somebody wants to ask Tom something. What is it? I'm trying to look what Stephanie's asking me to ask.
Are they going to allow the inheritance into the trial, Tom?
Let's see here.
Pardon?
Are they going to allow the inheritance into the trial?
No.
No?
I don't see any way. I don't see any way they could bring that information into the trial. No.
Why? They brought it up.
A federal grand jury could get that information, but I don't see any reason. I don't see any legal reason that they could force that information. That's somebody else's inheritance. It's not Patrick's. So.
Okay, so Stephanie was asking, why wouldn't if Kaylee got the inheritance, why wouldn't Patrick be the guardian on the account?
It goes back to normal. I mean, it's just normal U.S. rules. The primary guardian is the it would be in this case, the mother, because they weren't married. So it would be the mother of the child would be the direct guardian. And so if you were doing a uniform gift to minors, it would be, unless the inheritance spelled it out differently, and I really, really doubt that, because they had postured that they were getting married, so I don't think there would be any reason for the father to change the will to specify they weren't. That would have been weird. So the default is if it goes to Kaylee, the guardian for Kaylee is the mother. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the legal guardian. So, and I don't see a legal way. I mean,
And Liz is asking,
everybody's good in some aspect. But
Liz wants to know, did Patrick need a child to get the inheritance?
Yeah.
it could likely have been. I find it very odd that in 2015, 2016, that Patrick all of a sudden started shopping online for a girlfriend. He had 5 beautiful girls that were interested in him. One in Montana, Washington, Utah, Texas,
beautiful.
Kansas, Colorado.
Sorry, Carolyn, I get emotional.
He was
Stop saying they're beautiful. They weren't beautiful compared to Kelsey. Thank you.
okay. Kelsey was beautiful. That's true. Kelsey was beautiful. But my point is, why would he's already got 5, very attractive women, his age, interested in him, his interest, why would he all of a sudden start shopping online? Now he found a even more beautiful girl online, but why would he start shopping online? And it was more like he had to go online, kind of like Amazon, to buy something. What did he need to buy? He needed to buy a baby. He needed to find somebody who could have a baby for him, and that he could get rid of, so that he could get the inheritance.
Yeah, because
that's what it sounds like to me.
It does, because it seems that if she had a miscarriage, right, and let's just say it wasn't, what dating site did he meet her on? Do you know which one?
He shopped on several, but I think it was Farmers Only, or.
Oh, really? Farmers Only?
That
okay.
was it.
So, if he, let's say they were just together and it wasn't that, they weren't that close yet, and then she ends up pregnant, and okay, they're going to keep the baby, but then she loses the baby. When couples, they don't usually go right and have another one unless, they say, well, there's a close call, let's, get together, or whatever we're going to do. If we're going to get married, we'll get married, But being that she got pregnant again, because usually someone would, if they have a close call like that and that's not what they're looking for, they're going to take either precautions or something, right? So,
you would think.
Are you Catholic?
Yeah.
I'm Catholic. Because
yes.
I have family who are Seventh-day Adventists, and the method isn't taught young like it is in Catholicism, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So,
Okay. So you just think.
But if Patrick wasn't interested in a baby, which, I mean, it appears he had other children with other women.
Really?
And he never was interested in them. So, yeah, that's what it appears. So,
Okay.
the guy got around for quite a few states. He was a popular guy. How many of those kids are his? Could be more. It could be as many as 2 digits.
Wow.
Seriously?
I mean, it's anybody's guess. Nobody's checking up on that stuff. But I found it odd that he had these ladies. They became pregnant while they were dating him. They then married. The pattern is then they marry somebody 20 years older than them, which is really odd for a 20-year-old woman to be marrying, and to just statistically to find 2, 3, 4, 5 that actually marry, get a baby and then marry somebody 20 years older. That's really rare. You find, and all associated with the same guy. I don't know. It just strikes me as statistically odd.
Yeah, weird.
And Carolyn, Tom is interesting. So, when you have those moments when you go, interesting, I do the same. come full circle in this case, and we had a lot of controversy with Tom and his series in the beginning, and it's just so interesting that he has obtained so much back data and information and analysis to this case that he's able to apply it to it now, real time, now that we're full circle. A lot of it is coming to fruition, and it's really kind of freaking me out. So when he says there's these other babies out there, I'm thinking, well, I haven't heard about it. I haven't seen anything in the warrant about extra babies.
Right.
But he does work. So keep it in mind, and we'll see it come around, because everything else has. It's freaking me out.
Yeah, and there's also, I don't know if you guys saw, there was early on I don't know if it was 48 hours, and they interviewed 2 women that had been with Patrick, and one said I think he got volatile, and he did something physical with her. I don't know whether he pushed her in the arm or he did something, and the mother said,
There's issues with that evidence.
right.
You in touch with that lady, Tom? I just want to ask you that, because I've always wondered, are you in touch with that lady? Because I heard that, and I think...
No, but I was in touch with her mother earlier. I was in touch with her mother earlier. Yeah.
So it's too sensitive to touch on, but is Carolyn onto something? Because
Yeah, there's more to it, but it's hidden under a lot of story there. The story was changed for media. The story was changed for media. Is the bottom line.
Oh yeah.
So now it's true, but it's a different person. I mean, it's a mess. So I just stay away from it.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
yeah.
So,
But there is some substance. There is some substance in it. There is some substance in that.
okay. All right. And
there's also another child there. There's also another child there too, in that same thing. But this is some places we should not just mess with.
No, because Carolyn will want to know this. Because Tom, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and Carolyn of all people will want to know this. It seems like this individual who has stepped up and gave this testimony is really not the one who endured it. It was her twin sister. But the person that is coming up with this testimony, and the one that was covered in national news, the artist, the one with the art, the one with the journal.
right. Yes.
I think what I'm trying to say to you is that this person is going to most likely have a book, probably the first book that comes out on this case.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm going to say, let's not feed into this, because it's a bit hinky. The situation is a bit hinky. He's done his research, and am I right? Am I picking this up, Tom?
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
trying to be the better person.
I don't want to mess with her. I don't want to mess with her or her testimony or anything like that, or her books or media career. Let's just leave it as it is. Let her stand on her own 2 feet. But I don't want to refer to it. But the facts that as she presented them don't match. That's the bottom line. The facts just don't match. In fact, if she gets researched a little more deeper, the facts actually turn against her. So in another way. So for her sanity, I think it's best for us, and for the child, I think it's best for us to stay away from that one.
She's making all this art, and she's selling all this art based on her emotions with Patrick Frazee. You guys haven't seen it yet, but beware, watch out, you'll see.
Art.
It's like 100 crazier than the Chris Watts case, where people come out writing books and they're doing art, and and Carolyn wants to know these things because she puts her foot down to that shit. Excuse my language.
Okay, so we'll have to see what happens there.
But Carolyn, Patrick had girlfriends in Texas, in Kansas, several in Texas, Montana, apparently Utah with Crystal, Washington State more than one, a few in Colorado, one in New Mexico. I mean, the ones that we know of, the people spoke of, that there are records of, pictures of. So we know of those. And then it's like his mom was paying for an apartment in Dallas, Texas. Actually, it was outside of that. was paying for an apartment for 8 years.
For 8 years.
His mom never went to 8 years. So Sean used to live there in that vicinity. On that street. But I don't think the baby would have been Sean's. It's more likely it would have been Patrick's if it was a member of the family. But Sheila was paying for this all this time, so it almost leads you to believe it was, they were taking care of another child. And
It's not to my death.
and if there's anything that made Sheila mad, probably would have been spending money for 8 years paying for something that somebody else's child. So
Right. And the other.
I think that would have been.
Can I just explain what
Yeah,
Tom
go
is
ahead, go
trying
ahead.
to explain? What's explained to it, my husband who's Brazilian, they call it a montadeira. And that's when a man has an apartment outside of their home to where they use it for business and they use it for pleasure. And so that's where you can bring these random women over and do whatever in your private social time and have a good time and it be disconnected from your home. This Tom is explaining that this is going on and there's a lot of other people that have to do with all of this, but Sheila is aware of it. And I think that this is something he's been speaking of for many, many months. But now here we are and we're hearing about this testimony about Sheila calling Kelsey a hooker right off the get-go.
Yeah.
And Kelsey's the last person.
Yeah.
So this seems like this is some kind of something. I don't know, Carolyn.
That's what I mean. I said that was so strange because, like, if one of my adult sons, had a girl here, the last thing I'd say is this is a hooker, unless my son had a habit of bringing hookers to the house. I mean, that's just a weird thing to say. Just so totally weird to say.
Yeah. I know.
Well, I don't think Patrick. Kelsey was one of the first. There might have been a few others he brought back to the house, but she was one of a few that he brought back to the house. The guy got around. He's 6'3". He was a good-looking guy. He spoke well. Many of the ladies spoke about him that he is smooth talking. Others say that he was able to. He would understand what they were looking for, okay, would make them feel good about themselves, and next thing you know, they were in an affair with him. So, and if you picture it, a girl in Kansas, there's only 400 people in the town, everybody knows everybody else, all of a sudden she gets pregnant, nobody stands up to be the dad, and it just happens to be Patrick was dating her at the same time. It's the father. You would just say, hey, could have been him. Could have been him. Okay. Same thing in Utah. There was a girl in Utah. Okay, 2 kids. Most all of them had 2. It's interesting. Most all of them had 2. I don't know what that, but maybe there's something in Patrick's mind about having 2. I don't know. But he got rid of all these women afterwards. Never took care of the kids that I know of. That anybody knows of. So.
But you don't think then none of the women have turned up missing, have they?
So what if that was
none of those? Well, there is quite a few murders of women that are awful close to Patrick that he crossed paths with. So were they any of his other girlfriends? I don't know. Most of them were all older than him, but not that much older.
His his brother's age.
Yeah. So we can't ask a dead person if hey, were they dating Patrick? Oh, we can ask their sons if their sons are friends with Patrick. Their son who played baseball with him. Be like, okay, wow, interesting.
Yeah, and the mother now, the mother was a retired nurse. She's a retired nurse, right? And then they were raising these. They were selling these cattle dogs for $3,000 a pop, right? That he was raising.
Well, more than that. More than that. Sheila wasn't into at all. Wasn't into the border collie activity. Patrick was one of the. He was in the top 10 in the United States in training them, and he had a particular dog that had really, really good genes that everybody wanted a part of. He did sell 2 dogs for more than $30,000 each
Wow.
at a Red Bull in California. What he was doing in California selling those is another story. But he sold 2. He sold 2 on his very first trial out there. These dogs are cool. I mean, I have to admit, they say they're better than a team, and they really are cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he could sell a dog from his good gene, from I think it was Willie, $10,000, $15,000. Many of them were just $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, and then but that when you get a litter, not all of them are the high end. The bottom ones might just go $500 or $1,500,
Mm-hmm.
and people would still buy those. I mean, they'd still be interested in them. A lot of people sent their dogs to him to train. He was, because he was a superior trainer, very effective. Other trainers spoke well of him. He had some competitors in the field that hated him. I mean, their comments and words they didn't.
Well,
these are cowboys.
He wasn't using sound. He was using sound instead of hand motions. I heard a lot of feedback. So we just recently got a couple puppies, and we're learning a little bit more about how that breeding goes.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ladies was saying, he keeps using sound motions. He keeps talking to them. He was whistling to them. You're supposed to use hand motions. They're not supposed to have to hear you. They need to be able to understand you from a very wide range and distance. And it's not noise. It's not a sound. It's a hand motion. He's not doing that. So he's lame. He's weak. He's not professional. He's not educated. He's not skilled. He's doing it like old school way. But apparently he's successful, as Tom is saying. But there's as Tom is saying as well, to echo what he's saying, is that there's those that say he's still very good at what he's doing.
I see. And
Yeah.
did you see his videos?
Yeah, I mean, all the trainers have a different view of this. Verbal commands, when you're dealing with cattle, the cattle will be out of sight, and so for the dog to see you, I mean, he may be in tall grass and the dog can't see you, so you have to use verbal commands.
Right?
I mean, they're work dog. I mean, they're the replacement of a John Deere tractor, or 2 horses and 2 cowboys. I mean, it's cheaper to have a dog. They're easier to feed than the horses, and they don't take as much veterinary care. So
did you see his
they don't
videos?
complain like cowboys do.
Did you see his videos?
What?
Did you see his
Yeah,
videos?
I saw some of it. I saw some of his videos. I didn't see anything particularly cruel or I mean, once again, they're cowboys. I've seen worse stuff at stables.
Yeah,
So,
somebody
I mean,
said,
it's
he was
just
that
the way
there
it
were
is.
trainers that were more harsh than him because
Yeah.
that's what I heard.
But what's interesting, Carolyn?
There's one guy in New Mexico. I watch his videos all the time. He's mean to his dogs. I mean, really, really mean. I mean, that's just the way that's the way he is. People still buy his dogs. And it's interesting. A lot of Patrick's, not unexpected, but a lot of Patrick's clientele were women. A lot of women bought his dogs, and a lot of women invited him to show their dogs at their trials. A lot of the women organized the dog trials, and then they'd make sure Patrick was going to come there because he scored very high. The judges liked his dogs, and he would do very, very well.
Right, and then he had that woman
Yeah,
that he was doing
he did pretty good in rodeo too, but
wild donkeys, right?
Yep. I talked with her.
wild donkeys, wild trained donkeys, and that's with Mr. Klein and Mrs. Klein in Cripple Creek. He had a very lucrative, multi-year lucrative contract to take care of those donkeys. And a farrier does everything from shoeing to mild veterinary care. So he had a long-term contract with them, and once again it was lucrative. That was and it probably spawned a lot more business for him too. Word of mouth in that industry is very, very important. So he had clients all over. I mean, it wouldn't be unnatural for him to drive 100 miles to go see a client, and they pay the price and stuff.
I see. All right.
I mean, he probably wouldn't go 100 miles to shoe one horse, one shoe, but most of these people have 4 horses or 6 horses or 8 horses, and he goes up there and he replaces all the shoes at one time, and they hand him cash and off he goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a cash business. It's a good business. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely so. And then there's also
and
that
hitting a horse and do it.
Oh, go ahead.
What?
You go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead. It's hitting a horse, you were saying?
Hitting a horse. Yeah, when you're underneath a horse and the horse is kicking you, I mean, you're hitting back at a horse is not uncommon for all the farriers. Now, some of them hit them less hard, less often, but you have to do some self-defense once in a while. I mean, you can get kicked and knocked unconscious easily. And then some of these horses, I mean, they're at stables. You have 9 horses, 2 of them will be a little rambunctious, a little harder to shoe. So you might have to be a little more aggressive with him. He's 6'3". He's a big fellow. He's strong, but still, you can't overmuscle a horse. This doesn't happen. So, it's a lot of people like, hey, you hit him with the rasp, or you hit him, and it might just be the only thing that was in his hand at that moment. Not a good practice. He has to learn. I mean, but I don't think he would have been doing a furrier business over such a wide area and then recommended so much if he was doing a bad job of it. It just strikes me as he'd been out of business. If he was doing a bad job, he had been out of business long ago. So.
Mm-hmm. Now, and it also could be, you could play devil's advocate. It could be the woman that he was doing that with. Maybe he broke up, like maybe there was something else there and she just wanted to get at him. You following me? Like
yep.
maybe she wanted romantic.
That's a no.
And then it didn't work
insightful.
out, or he blew her off.
Carolyn, insightful,
yeah. And she just wanted to just jab him.
Yeah.
But so we don't know. I mean, so maybe that's why it wasn't, admissible there because of that. But the other, let me see, is that everything that I wanted to go over? Yeah. So it's just a lot of things that are just, that guy, he said Patrick was a good father and that he had the baby with him a lot, right? That older guy that I think that would go out with him.
Pam Klein, or Clinton Klein. Yes, Clinton Klein. Yeah.
And he said that.
Or
Patrick
it might have been,
baby.
Clinton Klein. I think who you're referring to. Yeah.
He always has a smile on his face during these trials. I mean, he just seems so jovial, like everything is good to go, but whatever. I'm annoyed by them. Sorry. You're going to get the emotional side from me, Carolyn. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I think we'll just then see what tomorrow brings in the courtroom there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, I think I don't know if I'm not going to get my hopes up that Crystal's going to be on tomorrow because it's just then then we'll see what happens. But I'll be interested to see that at least those pictures that you're going to get of the surveillance and see what that shows. That'll be telling.
Well, Carolyn, with your audience, you all might want to discuss some evening. Do you think Patrick will take this? Krista, Deb, and I have been talking about it might make really, really good sense for Patrick at the very, very end of the trial to say, I want to go on. And he could effectively dispel any of Crystal's story and could probably reverse it, and they wouldn't have, prosecution would not have any time to rebut, bring up rebuttal witnesses in or anything like that, and they'd be very ineffective at that point. So you might ask folks, do you think Patrick is going to break his silence at the end?
Most of them just said they don't think he will. I mean, I personally don't think he will. He just seems like he's not going to even open his mouth. But we'll see what
he's
happens.
very pragmatic, though. His habits, his lifestyle has been very pragmatic, and if he thinks he could bust up Crystal's story, he's going to. Any guy who runs around and wrestles calves, okay? I mean, something 300 pounds, weighs way more than it's running and weighs more than you do. He's not gonna have a problem taking a risk. So I think he might step. We're thinking he might step. We're not saying he will. We're just thinking, for the first time ever, that might be the one moment where he might speak up. Now, if he's afraid of a conspiracy charge or a later charge, or he thinks he's going to go to a mistrial, he might not. The attorney might say, "Hey, let it go to a mistrial and we'll do it again."
Okay.
Anyway, I think it would be good conversation to see what people say.
Yeah, a lot of them, they're all saying like, no, he's not going to talk. He's guilty. He won't say a word. Yeah, so.
He has to say something. Even he almost has to say something, but that will just ruin him too. When he's all pepper with that voice that he has. You guys go back and listen to him and watch that. That's how he sounds on the telephone call from Colonel.
Yeah, I think
Curran.
we actually heard that early on, right? We were allowed to hear that early on. I'll have to find the clip, but I'm fairly certain they did release that clip early on in the case. I'm gonna look for it because I'm fairly certain. Yes, I remember hearing it.
Yeah, he's just no emotion, but it's just that whole country tone that he tries to have. And it was so weird with the bank surveillance with that guy's people. You guys, I think we're going to hear more about Slagle. He was wearing that burgundy button down and looking all hotty toddy. Pastor Frazee's kind of all cozied up in his hoodie sweatshirt. Almost like a little puppy dog, and then here's strong Slagle telling Miss Key what she needs to do and look up, and she caught on to them. And just the gall of, we were never here, okay? They said that to her. Like, remember, we were never here. Who does that?
No, and just no, and the Verizon guy too. He said, "Well, don't believe everything you hear," or something. Don't believe, like that's just so weird. Why would you, say that? It's just so strange. And even like you said, the Verizon store, everybody acts all uptight in there. I know the last time I was there, I hit my fist on the counter about something. But yeah, the Verizon store is just not special. But he must have really made a spectacle of himself. Yeah. Absolutely. So it's just, oh my gosh, crazy.
Well, thank you for having us on, you guys. And so Carolyn, if I may, we did have a debrief of tonight, and there's a few more things that I feel like we can talk for days about this, and then it's still too much. It's like drinking from a fire hose, but if it's okay that we can refer over to the debrief on our page.
Oh yeah, I'll put the link up. I'll put the link up again. Yeah, I'll put the link up to the Facebook page where you guys can go join. If you haven't joined, join, and then you can see the debrief on their page. Hang on.
Yeah, we're always working in concert. We're huge fans of yours. I personally go to sleep to your voice. So I love you. I'm one of your biggest fans.
Oh, I love you too. Thank you. So I'm getting the link.
Carolyn, my compliments on how up on the case you are.
Oh yeah, we've been waiting a long time. I probably would have been up further. Like when it first came out, we read all the discovery and we just kept going over and over the solicitation and how she would the Starbucks and all that crazy stuff that was there, and then there was a lull in it, and we got into Watts in between, and then other cases in between, and now we're back, and now we're all into this. So.
Carolyn, by the way, Tom is not my husband, and if he was, he's in big trouble because I don't have it on my finger, no rings, no nothing, and no honeymoon.
Right, and that would be that would also be a little. You guys would be living very far apart since he's in Virginia, right?
He's in trouble if he is.
Right? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And Deb, I'm going to have to become the Phantom now. I'm really going to have to be anonymous.
Okay, my computer's just being slow. I'm getting encouraged.
Thank you, guys.
But thanks a lot for coming, and can't wait to see what you find out tomorrow. And okay,
Thank-
here we go. I've got
Yeah,
it.
to let you guys get back to it. Thanks
All
again
right.
for having us.
I've
Tom,
got the
thank you
link.
very much, my dear.
Thank
He's
you.
in your time and he's an
All
early
right,
bird.
here's the link coming
Thank
in
you.
now. I've got it finally. Okay, guys, here's the link. Here, I'm going to put it, just go join up, and there's a debriefing on the page if you haven't joined already. And there, your live stream keeps cutting out, Sakura, but I'm going to put it in again. There's another link. Okay. And
Thank you.
good. Thank you. Bye, guys. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Good night. Thank you for coming,
Night,
Tom.
Deb.
Nice to meet you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Okay, so that was nice. All right, so would you guys think, whew, it's a lot, right? A lot of information to take in, process. Hey, not that Nikki. Oh my gosh, not that Nikki. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hey, Gigi. Hi, Carol. Hi, Liz, Noreen, Diana. Hi. Hey, Dusty Woman. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Sassy Darcy. Hey, Sakura. Hi, Carol Plant. Hey, Little Dove. Hi, Sunny. Hi, Estira. So, over 1,500. Well, that's a lot of information. Hi, Choking on Ashes. We missed you, not that Nikki. Hey, Leisha. So that was a lot to take in, especially that stuff with the other stuff with the girlfriends and stuff. That was interesting. Your mind is spinning. I know, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And it's only the second day of testimony. Maui Chickadee, they were looking for you. People were going crazy looking for you before. How you doing? I said she'll be here. Hey, Deborah. So let's see. Anybody have anything else on their mind? How did Red Raven Spirit do it? She didn't pick the winner? I think I saw her say she didn't. You're definitely following the thought of needing the child for the inheritance. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Judy. Hey, Madeline loves pugs. Hi. Oh, your name is Vicky? Okay, Choking on Ashes. Yeah, let's see. I'm terrible with remembering. 3:33 countdown. Oh, we've got a long way. We came on early tonight. That's why it seems like it normally would be like way past that. We came on early tonight because I wanted to come on early for them. What else did I have to... Hey, Deborah. How are you doing? And last night was late because of daylight. Yeah, that, and I got caught up in. I was doing, what the heck I was doing? I got caught up in something last night too. Something I was looking at, and then I was like, oh my gosh, it's too close. And then I was all discombobulated yesterday. What time is it my way? Sweet man loves Trish. It's 2:39 or something like that. No, a child of issue, questionable, old probate speak. Diane, I'm not sure what you're saying. How long did I sleep, Rosa? Oh, last night? I actually slept in a little bit today. The time changed. Like the kids got off, and I actually took a nap, a little bit of a nap. So I actually took a little bit of a nap, and then, but still, I don't know, total of like, I think altogether like 5 hours. That's good for me. I was sleeping in. But, yeah. Oh, Janelle wants a moment of silence for Kelsey? Okay. All right, let's see. Siri, can you set a timer for 60 seconds? Siri. See, she doesn't answer me when I answer. Hey, Siri. Set a timer for 60 seconds.
Okay, your timer is set for 1 minute.
Okay. Well, it's too late. It's too late. Janelle, it's too late. Janelle said on the anniversary. Okay, well, we can do that again too. I used to only sleep 2 to 3 hours. Yeah. You're supposed to sleep minimum 6 hours. Yeah, I know. So, oh, Sam. You were multitasking with all the cases all over the chat fast. Yeah, well, yeah, and then we got the. So is Red Raven Spirit? Are you going to come in? When are you doing the John Bonet? When do you want to do that? Tomorrow? I know, Diana. Yeah, right. Yeah, they'll come in. I think they're coming in every evening during the trial to give us a debriefing. And then you can go on the Facebook page and they have like a debrief video too or something. So Red Raven Spirit, let us know when you're going to come on. Scott Peterson's girlfriend was a totally different thing, Michelle, than Nicole Kessinger. I'm waiting for Red Raven Spirit to say if she's calling or not. There was a case here in Australia, Carolyn, Lisa, and all, called William Tyrell case in late 2015. The little boy just vanished. I have to go. Hugs. Okay, Judy, you want me to look at it or you want to come in and talk about it? Little Dove just wanted to say hi to you. Okay. Yeah, Amber Fry was nothing like Nicole. Oh, you'll be back tomorrow? Okay. Where did Carol Boyce get the Shirley Temple paper dolls? Is she here? Carol Boyce, where did you get the Shirley Temple? Oh, she's right underneath you, Sam. Carol Boyce, where did you get the Shirley Temple paper dolls? You take a little snooze in the afternoon, right? But why did she Google it? Yeah, because she was looking, I guess, to see what she would get out of it, maybe. I don't know, Rosa. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I'm still waiting for Red Raven Spirit. Because she was hoping she'd seen it in a positive light. Yeah. Yes, it was an online site that sells vintage items. I will look on Slip and let you know tomorrow night. I will call in about the John Bonet case soon, but it's better on the weekend with no Patrick Frazee court updates. Oh, but is it better on the weekend? Well, I mean, you're here now. Like, I mean, when the Frazee update is over, you could go on, or you could go on the weekend, whatever you want. Good night there. Good night, Janelle. Sharon Kittens? I'm hearing something crying. I'm hearing something crying over here again. This is really weird. It almost sounds like an animal crying, like, but that's not in the direction of any of my animals. That is so weird. It's coming from like right here. It sounds like a I really think I'm losing my mind. No, it sounds like it's right there. Yeah, I don't know, Alicia. It sounds like that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a little dog. Very weird. Okay. The cookie jar. No, the dishwasher's off. There's nothing. There's no appliances on. No, it's not out the back door. I would think so. It's not. It's not. It's like right here. It's weird. There's been lots. Yeah, I know. Join the club, Carol. It's probably a bold cut. No, it's a very it's a very soft sound. Very, very soft. No, it's not like a mouse. No, not at all. It's like a very, I don't know how to explain it. Oh, it doesn't feel negative. I don't feel negative. Bella Max said it's her. Just let it go. Oh, okay. All right, Michelle. It sounds not like a cry, just like a not even a bit, just like a little soft moan or something. Sonia. You've seen those cases? When it's best, I don't want to interrupt Patrick Frazee. Yeah, I mean, but whatever you feel good about. The direction noises. No, I'm pretty good with that. Jimmy's terrible with that. But I think Jimmy's hearing is damaged, okay? But he's terrible with that. Oh my gosh, I have to call Luke or Ethan in or I think I'm going insane. He'll go, I don't hear anything. I'm like, you don't hear that high-pitched sound? Mm-mm. And then he goes, it's over there, it's over there. It might be Sassy now. I don't know. Now it just got a little louder and it sounded like it might be in Sassy's direction. Sassy's like a loud sleeper. They have selective hearing. Did I hear Winslow pleaded guilty? No. That's your dad. Your partner's 70% deaf? Jimmy's not that bad yet. I do have excellent hearing. My dad had excellent hearing, and I think I'm a lot like him with the hearing. You had a small leak in the basement? Oh, wow, okay. You bought some flex tape? Be careful. I mean, oh yeah, choking on ashes? Yeah, when is your big surgery, Kathy? When's your big surgery? We are going to do another prayer paper. When is it? We could do it this weekend if it's, because I know some people I've asked. When is your big surgery? You find out on the 11th a quadruple bypass? Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if have Janelle remind us for the weekend. But prayers for that, definitely. There's also something, if it's cement, they sell something at the Home Depot, Lisa. If it's like cement foundation and there's a crack or something in it in your basement, they have like this, it's like a paint can, but it's like cement, but it's specially made for leaks in your foundation. Like if you have a crack and you just like smear it on, and then it's waterproof and it adheres. Seafoam? No, it's almost like I think it's like a cement in a can or something like that. Oh, thanks, Aletha. Right now, my hair looks like it because it blends in with my sweatshirt, so you can't even see it. It looks I cut it off. Hey, Jessica. Oh, good night. A small pipe was leaking. We turned off the water. Oh, so it's that. I thought you meant there was something in the foundation. You mean it's a pipe that's leaking. I misunderstood you completely. You sent an email. Oh, let me see. You sent an email about true crime on your chiropractor. Saw the wife of alleged murder at the hospital today. Okay, all right, let's take a look at that case that you sent in. All right, let me see. I didn't get to a lot of it, but I'll check. Let me see. Oh, Danielle. What is Danielle send a picture of her tin? That's Danielle's tea tin. Oh, very cute. Pumpkin spice Rubios. Oh, you said Trader Joe's? Nice. Are those the Pioneer Woman canisters? Is that the Pioneer Woman canisters, Danielle? Yeah. You didn't give it a lot of other stuff to look at except for something that's in between the two canisters that looks colorful. one with attachments, one telling you, okay, I'm going to open it right now. Oh, JCPenney? Kind of looks like, I don't know, something looks like a little bit like she has something with that kind of white, with, I don't know, doesn't she? I don't know. Let me see. I know it's forever away, but the girl we listened to make that 911 call has been polygraphed 3 times. Oh, yeah? And why? Why 3 times? Why was she polygraphed 3 times? They're suspecting her? Okay, so Kathy says, Carolyn, something interesting came to my mind today as I was visiting my husband in the hospital. They took him off the anesthesia totally today before I got there. They took ventilator out soon after we were there. This afternoon, they got him into a chair. Very hard to watch. BP was 4640. Anyway, the interesting part was I knew one of the cardiac rehab techs. She worked as a physical therapist at my chiropractor's office since he first opened his practice. Now, I don't know what exactly the lawsuit was between the two of the partners of the office and this lady, but there was a lawsuit. She was leaving and felt she was owed a part of the business, or maybe her husband did. I'm not sure exactly what the conflict was that led to her going after the 2 partners. I know her husband started sending out bills to my chiropractor's patients and another chiropractor's patients. He must have been going into their billing system somehow to get the information. Her husband kept setting off alarms at the office when it was closed, vandalizing, etc. Anyway, my chiropractor was away on vacation. It was Memorial Day weekend 2016, if I remember correctly. The alarms had gone off, and the other chiropractor and her husband went to see about the alarm. So far, it was always this guy that just causing problems. How we wish they had waited for the police. This same guy stabbed the husband of the chiropractor to death. His wife tried to take him to the hospital, but they weren't making it. She pulled off at a high school down from the chiropractor and called 911, and he passed away. Oh, that's terrible. I found out because my daughter drove past the chiropractor's office and crime tape was up all over. The guy has been in prison. He was let out on bond, which I was scared for the other chiropractors. They got protection orders. He tried to buy a gun while out on bond, which proved to be the best thing he could have done. He was quickly put behind bars where he belonged. He is still behind bars. I have no idea why it's taking so long. He's supposed to be in court again on November 25th. In this case, I want to believe the husband of the lady. I know he was a hothead. I want to believe she would never have approved of her husband's actions. She was always sweet. I think next to the chiropractor whose husband was murdered, I believe this lady and her kids have suffered probably the second most. I can't imagine the grief of having your husband or father murdering another person. It's probably because I know her, even though it's a professional relationship, that I feel sad for her. Anyway, I guess that this is a true crime that shook me a bit. I did have another one, only I don't remember my aunt by marriage as she was too young. My uncle was in the service. His wife had an affair. The boyfriend wanted to leave with him. The boyfriend wanted to leave, I think with her, probably. She must have refused. He shot her. I remember my parents pointing out the stairs she was on when he shot her. He was found in a cornfield. He had killed himself. She used to babysit us. Our family doesn't talk about it. We don't know if his son knows he was married before. I do family history and looked up the newspaper articles. I have them and the truth in my tree. My aunt and uncle both passed away in 2018 in one of those hush-hush stories. Anyway, I don't think about true crime near me until I saw the wife of this alleged murderer, though we know he did it, so why is it alleged? Kathy. Interesting stories, and I'm glad your husband's getting better there. Let me see. Now you said you sent me another one, which was... These are other sad twists and turns and lawsuits with this sad crime. I would never want my name associated with this. Oh. Well, did I associate it with this? You told me to go read the email, right? What am I supposed to do, Gloria? What am I supposed to do, Gloria? Okay. All right, I'll look at those later, Gloria. It's all good? Yeah, it's just between us and 1,400 other people. It's a spoon holder with fruit. Black, white, checkered basket at the bottom. I have it up there because I switched them out on the counter. I have a few of them. Oh, okay. Got chills when she asked what question? Your mom's niece was murdered by her ex-boyfriend in the 60s. I think shot her while she sat on the porch. She was model material too. That's terrible, Rosa. Terrible. Sorry about that. It's horrible. I doubt anyone here who is a part of this story. Oh, okay. Never know. If that poor girl could go into 2 houses and find 3 family members blown all to you-know-what, and then make that 911 call and fake that cry, she should be in Hollywood. But why are they doing that? Why do they suspect her? I don't get why is she a suspect suddenly? What's going on there? And your mom's nephew hung himself in the backyard back then too? Oh my gosh. Sorry. Wow. Can who call in? You want to call in? Did you say you want to call in, Astira? Who's calling in, Astira? They took her that night? But why? You have stories? He was 11 and he hung? Oh my gosh. Oh, the person with the story. That's really weird. That's really weird, Eric. What if I choked here? What would happen? What if I choked on something and you guys saw me choking and there was nobody here? That would be scary. You know, one time I choked while I was on the phone with my sister on a piece of pineapple, right? And she's like, wow, that would be really scary, right? If I was, because I was home alone and I was choking on the pineapple. So she heard it through the phone and that was scary. But can you imagine if I just started choking on the, and then you're like, throw yourself against the couch. Yeah, the couch, right? But, and I didn't hear you, and like, my gosh, right? That would be, I wonder if that's ever, like, if anybody's ever done, like, that's happened. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Janelle will be messaging Jimmy, yeah. Oh my goodness. You'd call 911 and say, go save, thanks, Auntie Cuckoo. I knew. Oh. Oh my gosh. Because I did, like, you ever have one of these, like, chewy things and just like... Yes, they do. Wildlife, yeah. Yeah. I won't choke. I'll chew it up well. Yeah, Alma, they do. They do. I'm just joking. I'm just saying. That would be weird. Someone will call Jimmy. Carolyn, my only answer is they did it because they have no other answers. That's weird, though. That is so weird. And what were her lie detectors coming out? Inconclusive? I'll be very careful, Gigi. They ran a smear campaign about the weed and the rooster fighting. Oh, she passed all 3. Okay. Why would they do 3 then? She might know who it was. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Your partner saved you with the Heimlich maneuver about 7 years ago? Coughing on a piece of steak? Wow. And you saved her life last year. Grand mal seizure. And I chew my food. Lousy. You choke a lot with lupus and MS. Oh, and you have developed defenses. Sleep propped up. Chew food a lot. Always have a water bottle. Can I mention a family channel? It's about their... Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Wildlife. Go for it. And who helped? Yeah, absolutely. Crazy Man 97. Welcome to the chat, Crazy Man. Don't lay down and eat. Oh yeah. And did you know when you were a kid, well not, I don't know, kid, you always try to see if you could just drink laying down, either because you're sick or something in bed and you're trying not to bring your head up and it's all over and you still never realize that you cannot drink laying down. Unless you have a sippy cup or something like that. And you still try it, either because you... The eyes are the signal. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Please buy the watch that saved the guy who fell off and broke his leg. It's a troll call. Fell off the cliff? He fell off the cliff. Okay. This information about the weed and the poly given happened within the first 48 hours. They always interrogate the last person who discovers the weed was a fact, not smear. Remember the sponges at the grocery store? Yeah, the ones that they had to stick their little hand on and that they never do. They lick their fingers instead. Yeah. Why? What happened? Hey, Auntie Cuckoo, did you do a Dollar Tree video? You did one? I have to do one too. Did you find the, I only found 4 of the stackable cookie containers, 4. And I didn't find those the big white containers with the Christmas stuff on them. They're no longer used in your area because when your son was 9, really? He picked one up and ate it? Oh my gosh. You got $30 worth of, what'd you buy? $1, what'd you buy? Did you find any of those containers? What'd you find? Hey, Backdoor, how are you? You listened to all of it at work and now you're home? Oh, welcome. Well, you were here, but I'm glad to see you in the chat. Good night, Caroline. One sister was very close with him. My sister, well, I typed up above about the baby boy. Okay, so did you put the name of the channel? Wildlife's going to put a channel that one of his family members have a baby boy that choked. Remember when people tasted the soup and put the spoon back? Where do they do that? You're that person? Oh, I can't handle that. Anyone have what kind of Italian cookie recipes? Which ones, Kathy? I've said we should do a cookie exchange. Like, all come on and bake cookies. You need to do a haul. You posted a Dollar Tree grand opening. We're getting another one. 7 Dollar Trees. Wow. What did Lisa say she got? What'd you get, Lisa? Anything new this week? We lived on dollar store everything for 10 years till a while ago. Oh, good night, D-Finite. Pat L, I could open my own Dollar Tree. Me too. Me too. I'm starting to think I have like an issue. Any almond cookies? Yeah. You'll know how they tasted that soup and put the spoon back. Don't lie. No, I don't. I really don't. I'm a germaphobe. I should have done my Costco haul yesterday. Should have, yeah. I got paper towels and Tide. I made crescent cookies. Why don't we have a troll call in night and see what they're up to? Yeah, we've had that when we used to put the number out. We've already been that route. We don't want to know what they're up to because it's usually something not good. Remember when that guy Danny called and we all thought he wasn't wearing any clothing? Do you remember that? Is mild. I could have much worse addictions. You're right, Hennessy. I'm going out now. Okay, bye, Choking on Ashes. See you later. The best night ever. That was like you never knew what was going to happen. I can't even imagine doing that now with the amount of trolls we're getting. Look, 1333. Look at the number. Oh my gosh, it's almost 333 with I have 1333 up there. Does anybody else have 1333? And it's 332. Nobody can leave right now. Oh, look at that. 1333 and you have 333? Look at that. That's crazy. You have 332? You had to spoil it for everyone, huh, Eric? Her clock was fast. We were good. We might not make it on the real 333. No. I still have 332. Lisa's a little fast. But we're still at 1333 on my thing. You have 13. Okay, stop. Oh, now it went to 1331. Now we need 2 more people in here. Hurry. Before it turns to 333. Well, we were close. We had it by with Lisa's fast time. That was close though. That was close. Cookie exchange, some recipes or our own. Yeah, like yeah, everybody would share recipes, and then maybe we would start making some. Like, I don't know. That would be good, because then if if I could set my computer up here. That's just me. Hang on. Now funny things are happening. Now let me. But that would be good, because then I could do things like during the live, like bake and stuff, and then I would be really super duper productive if I could talk and bake at the same time. Still talk about the crime or whatever we're talking about, and bake or something. Then I'd get a lot more done. Like if I was cleaning my kitchen while I'm talking to you guys. And that would be easier to do if we had some more guests on. Not that I'm saying anything. No, Jill, Gigi, I think it might have been Sassy. I don't know. I'm going broke from Auntie Cuckoo's Hobby Lobby tours. I know, right? She tells me she doesn't buy a lot of the stuff either. She says, no, I don't buy a lot of the stuff. I just go in there. Cookies and crime, right, Auntie Cuckoo? Uh-oh, what is that thing in front of me? The meeting. Get out of here. The meeting has ended. We can still hear. Yeah, right? But then I have to, like, I can't see you good. So I need, like, somebody. It would be good if somebody would then sit in the chat and then read the chat out. If somebody read the chat out, that would be really good. What did you buy, Lisa? What is there anything good? Did you find anything good? Any new stuff? That would be brilliant, right? Yeah, it would be. I could get a lot more done. Jimmy'd be like, wow, got a lot done last night. Even for an hour or two of the live, right? Even if I just did like an hour or two, like that. Cleaning out the refrigerator. Yeah, oh yeah, tell them about that one. Or if somebody would come on and talk about a case or something. You just heard a lady photographing in a park and two teenagers threw a 75-pound log off the cliff. Where? Where, Sam? That's terrible. You'd love a lemon cookie recipe? By Christmas, you should be able to bake? Good. Okay. I'm sure I'd find people to do it. You never know. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get someone to call in. Not even appearing on camera, I have to pull some teeth. Make December the month of Christmas cookies. Cookie baking every night. I never understood this. Like when people say, "Oh, I baked cookies," or "I went to a cookie exchange and I put them away," I was never able to put away cookies in my house, because, especially when all my kids were here at one time, the cookies were gone before you could put them away. And then if I did manage to there was like such a little amount I was able to put away, and then it's crazy. You're going to be a guest about a case I'm going through, but it will be ugly. Okay. About the foster child's sorry mother. Oh, okay. People are not as confident. No, I wasn't a natural. You should have seen my first live. Right? We couldn't even stop the live for like 2 hours. Didn't know what the button was. Couldn't see it. It was a disaster. Online bake-off, and then give the cookies to people in need. Yeah, if your family doesn't eat them first, right? It was hysterically funny, though. Go in someone's room and ask them how to stop the live. Yeah, we didn't know how to stop the live. Sure, Earthbound. Sure. All right, let me get you. I have to get a new number. Okay. Whoops. Now what did I do? I hope that I copied that. Let me see. I don't think I did. I keep getting emails from Michael's telling me that I've got to go to Michael's. Now that is Sassy. I think she's very noisy. Earthbound Spirit, why am I... Oh, I think, is it... It's Yahoo? Hope that's the right one. Hope so. Oh, you sent me the... Oh, Ohio State Park. This just happened? How come Eric didn't know? Eric's not on top of the case here. Okay, you know where Chillicothe, Ohio? 2 teenagers were arrested. Hold on a minute. Come on, stop. This is from October 14th. They were arrested in the death of a 44 in connection of a death of a 44-year-old woman. Victoria Schaefer was killed by a falling tree branch on September 2nd near Old Man's Cave in Hocking Hills State Park. At the time of her death, officials in Ohio Department of Natural Resources said there was evidence of individuals being on the top section of the park when this happened. Investigators determined early on that the 6-foot log was pushed or thrown off the cliff. Did they see? Could they see someone down there, or were they just a couple of stupid kids that didn't know anything could happen if they threw the thing off? The teens are in custody in the juvenile detention center in Lancaster. On October 8th, a tip from a caller indicated that one of the juveniles sent text messages to a classmate stating he had done something serious at the park with another juvenile. Further investigation and the Hocking County Sheriff's Office led them to the 2 juveniles in custody who allegedly admitted that they were involved in forcing the log off the cliff. I appreciate the public's valuable... Okay, but the 2 juveniles had a detention hearing Friday. Both denied the offenses at the hearing. Sad. Couple hoping to build dream home in Florida learn their land used to be a dump. That's nice. I don't know. I sent it through Earthbound. Oh, Nicole Atkinson. I did send her a message asking if she could, if we could share the video. And let me see. I don't know if she's gotten a lot of messages. I don't know. Let me see if she responded yet. Some of you contacted me about it. We did talk about it. Say, you know, keep her in your prayers. She has breast cancer. So keep her in your prayers. But I'm trying to see, you know, if she... I don't want to share the video without her saying it, but you could go to her page and watch the video. Nicole Atkinson on Facebook. Oh, Deb has some pictures. Hold on a minute. You want to see pictures that Deb sent? Here, hang on. Here. Okay, so view from front porch to backyard. Let me make sure these are showing up. Okay. What is going on here? Hang on a minute. She's showing. These aren't the pictures. Where are the pictures? Hang on. Oh my goodness, where are my pictures? How come my pictures are not showing up? I think I have to drag them over separately. Why do they keep going? What the heck is going on? Okay, I can't. Why is... I don't know why my Facebook page is opening up over there. Lady from Germany broke in and took them? Who? Oh, you mean the Max? No. Let me see. Make sure that's going to show. Okay. Okay, let me get, so this should be the next one. Okay, I'm just going to do this. That's the Safeway that Kelsey was in, right? And then I'm not sure what this is. But, oh, maybe that's one of the cameras. That's probably a camera that caught Patrick. And that's another view of the Safeway. I guess that's showing where the camera's picking up. And that is, what does that say? People, that's their the page. But that with the fence, I think that's the neighbor, right? On the 269? No, 269 is hers, right? Oh, so that's the fence on the other side. I don't remember. Okay, that's the fence on the other side. And then, which picture are we on? Is that all of them? That might be all of them. Let me see. Yeah, we're back. Yep, that's what I have. Okay. All right. Earthbound, you didn't get the number? Earthbound? You're not seeing it still? Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I just sent it to the one in reply that you sent me. Okay. Nanette, what is this? I would appreciate. I thought. Oh, let me see. What'd you send me here? Oh, that's cute. Let's see who's this now. Nanette has a friend that got puppies at that breeder, that the one that I was looking at, and the only thing that makes me nervous about it is that the one lady that she said her dog had that thing, but none of the litter mates did, and I don't know. I'm just like freaked out. So I asked to talk to her to see. So I think she said she got two, Nanette. I think. Let me see.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I'm trying to see if she got two of them. Let's see, you said, I have a friend with a beautiful Westie. This is the second from the same breeder. You know, Nanette, if you can find out how, you say it's the second from the same breeder, does that mean she has two living now, or one died and she got another one? If it is that one died and she got another one, how long did she have the first one, and what was the health like? And if she knows possibly the parents of, I know this is a lot of questions in that, you need a pad. If she knows the parents, what their names are, especially of the new one, because I have the names of the one that has that thing going on, so I'll have to see what's going on with that. But that's the only, I mean, it's the only apprehension I have is I don't know what that is, and I guess I have to look up more if that's hereditary and whatever. But she does have other couples, you know what I mean? So just see, let's see. But yeah, this is your friend's doggy, right? Let's see. Is he wearing diapers?
Mm.
Is he wearing diapers, or is that his fur? I can't tell. Is he wearing diapers? No, is he wearing a coat? What's going on with that? I think, am I dreaming, or is that, maybe I'm seeing things.
He looks like he's dressed up like a mummy.
It looks like an outfit or something, right?
Yeah, like a mummy costume, or yeah, some sort of an outfit.
Okay, but it looks so similar to his fur that's very hard to see that.
Right, it's really difficult to tell.
Yeah, but it was a very cute dog. I just like, yeah, I'd love to talk to her about or email her with her about the health. I mean, everything I see looks really good, you know. But that one in Indiana, to Scooter, didn't check it out. But they had like 4 different litters, and nobody mentioned puppy mill to them over there. And I went to their page, and their page didn't look puppy mill. But this one, she had like 2 litter, and they were like freaking out that, oh my gosh, you better make sure it's not a puppy mill. And I'm like, it's not, but okay. But this other guy, you know, only one person said red flags. I don't know. So I don't even know if Nanette is in here. I just want to take down stuff later. Jeanette, about a dream my friend had. She was sitting in black, and she told me that she was very tired. I got up the next day. She died? Wow.
So I'm not the only one with dreams like that, huh?
Oh no, there's a lot of people out there like that.
I had 2 dreams at separate times where in one dream I saw 2 older women dying within 6 to 9 months of that dream. And both those women died within that 6 to 9 month span.
You saw the actual women? I mean, you saw the women that were going to die?
Yes.
You saw them, and what'd they
Yes.
say?
They
Anything
didn't
to
say
you?
anything. That I saw them in a dream that they were going to die.
Right, but did somebody say they were going to die, or you just saw them in the dream?
I just saw them in the dream, and I knew they were going to die in that dream. But
But-
then and then they died
And then they died.
within the time frame that my dream specified. Very
Please
premonition.
do me a favor right now. Don't ever tell me you saw me in a dream.
No,
Even if
fine.
you do, just don't, please.
Trust me. I told one of those ladies that I had the dream that she was going to die, and about 6 months later, she did die.
Oh my gosh, she wasn't freaked out when you told her that?
No, but after she died, I was like, I really shouldn't have told her that I had that dream.
How'd she die? How did they die?
Well, one of them had cancer, and so that was killing her anyway. The other lady, the one I told, she was on dialysis, and this one time that she went to dialysis, she had a heart attack and never came home. She died right after the dialysis of a heart attack. That's the one I had told. So then, I don't know, a year later, I had another dream about another older lady going to die within 6 to 9 months. And I didn't tell her, but she did die that 7 months later. Very sad. Thankfully, that has been the end of those dreams. Now, this last death dream was actually a post-death dream. My buddy, who died on the streets in February, came in my dream and told me, and I remember I was walking down the street and I had to stop, like set my purse down on the ground and was digging through it, or my daughter was having a seizure or whatever. I was dealing with something down, like kneeling on the ground. And I heard his voice behind me. Yes, Lisa H., it's me. And I heard his voice behind me, and I looked up because I knew he was gone, I looked up and I said, I thought you had a stroke and died. He said, I did have a stroke, but that's not what killed me. And that was the end of the dream. So he didn't tell me what actually killed him. But then I talked to the guy who was living on the streets with him and actually found him. And this was several months later. He died in February, and I ran into this guy in August maybe,
Uh-huh.
and
I'm
I
listening.
haven't seen him at all since all this happened. And I was talking to him, and we didn't start off talking about death, you know, just our normal conversation, and then I kind of led into, well, what happened? You know, what, you were the one that found him. What happened?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he didn't really know what had happened. He he was staying one building over. You know, they're living on the street, so they're two separate areas where they could kind of get behind some shelter.
Mm-hmm.
And but they were right next to each other, those two buildings, and they would whistle back and forth so they would be able to communicate in some way. And the next morning, he went over and he found my friend, our friend, deceased, and he didn't even know he'd had a stroke. He just said he'd been drinking, he was sitting on top of his 3 sleeping bags,
Mm-hmm.
and he just, you know, must have just died from the exposure, the hypothermia. And I thought, but that's not what I was told in my dream. And I had really, you know, after 2 dreams about these old ladies, you know, these older ladies dying within a certain amount of time, and it
Mm-hmm.
actually coming true, I don't have any real reason to doubt that this post-death dream where my buddy's talking to me,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have any reason to doubt that. But Josh didn't know anything about the stroke.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the stroke probably prevented him from getting into the sleeping bag, and that's why the hypothermia killed him. But
Oh, yeah.
so that was
Okay, let's talk about something more uplifting because everybody's getting really scared and really upset. Nobody has to get
right.
upset. We're going to go on to a happy topic.
Well, okay. I was okay.
Maui
So that
Chickadee started it because I read her comment about the lady, but okay. Maui Chickadee.
okay. So then I was going to talk about parenting 101.
Okay.
You know full well, everybody knows full well, I'm a single mother
Mm-hmm.
of a 24-year-old autistic daughter.
Right.
Y'all know all the whole story. And obviously, parenting 101 seems like it should have long since passed.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing this for 24 years.
Right.
But some days it feels like parenting 101 started all over again or needs to start all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And so I haven't started any videos on it yet,
Okay.
but I'm trying to figure out if I should start. I mean, I don't intend to necessarily have maybe a lot of content. And if I do, I don't intend to do all parenting,
Okay, Maui.
like parenting stuff.
Yeah. I just got to tell Maui. Maui, okay. Maui didn't start it. Sorry I said that. Who started it, Maui? Was it Jeanette? I heard Jeanette's a little bit of a troublemaker. And I don't think so. Jeanette, was it you? It was. Okay. All right, Maui. Okay. All right. Okay. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to get the wrong person in trouble.
So I've got to figure out how I'm still pretty intimidated by how I'm going to handle this, this discussion stuff.
Mm-hmm. I would just do it. I mean, I wouldn't. You know what happens? A lot of people. I mean this. They stress over, and they overthink everything. Like, oh, what if it's not? Just go and do it because that's how I did. Like my first like crime video because I did a lot of other videos, but then the first time I actually put myself out there to talk about something where I didn't know what was the reaction was going to be. People could have come back and said, oh my gosh, you're so stupid, right? Well, you know, whatever. But I said, I don't care. I'm going to, like, after like 3 times that I recorded it, I finally said, I don't care. I'm going to put it out there. And you just have to do it.
Right. Well, I'm just I don't have, you know, when I'm calling you and having conversations with everybody here,
Mm-hmm.
I seem pretty confident to be able to talk, right?
Right.
But I don't know how to introduce myself and then introduce the channel and,
Don't even
it's
see,
like,
but don't even get caught up in that. I don't think I introduced myself or the channel. I think the first one that I did about crime, I just said, like, hey, because I've done videos before, but I still didn't do all that. I don't do it today. I don't do that whole thing that, hi, welcome to Mommy Ramblings. Please hit the like, the subscribe, and then click that little note. I never say that.
no, but
I never say it.
no, you don't. But no, I mean, putting out like some sort of an introduction to who I am so that, my particular circumstances, so
Right, but
that
just
when,
yeah, but they're saying like just be natural. Just pretend you're talking to, someone you just met. Like, hi, my name is Britt, and I'm gonna tell you I've been on a journey about, and then say with your daughter, and then and I'm gonna make some videos about it because maybe it's, and then just talk. They don't need a big song and dance. They'll get to know you. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about, just in your videos. If you're yourself, they'll learn more about you.
right, but I just think that, they kind of, I have to set kind of the stage for here I am, a single parent of this kind of person, and I'm not going to make all videos about parenting 101. And do you ever feel like parenting 101 just starts over every day? And I'm certainly, and of course, things like I'm certainly not an expert in parenting. If I were, I wouldn't be making this video. I wouldn't be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just, and some days I might sound like I'm complaining, and maybe some days I am. And other days I'm just venting. And, but I am just, and I'm not shy. Do I seem shy to
No,
you?
no, no.
And I'm not shy in the world. I can talk to anybody in the world. I'm not afraid. But somehow starting a channel is very intimidating.
I guess, but you already really everybody already has a channel. Do you realize that? Because that's all it is. You all have a channel. All of
Right.
you that are here, you just have to, either you upload a video or you go live or whatever you do. But you all have a channel already.
Right. But mine's already started.
Mm-hmm.
You could go over and see that I've got I think it's 2 or 3 very short videos already on it
Mm-hmm.
that are public.
Right.
But it's not really, okay, it's 3, but it's not me. It's, there's a slideshow of the 4 cats.
Mm-hmm.
There is a brief video about, well, sort of a video about, just welcome to the Earthbound Spirit Speakeasy kind of situation.
Okay.
It's a 10-second introduction to the channel, to the video itself, but no introduction to what actually is,
But
like
you sound,
parenting
what I think? You
101.
sound like you're overthinking it. I have a friend like that overthinks everything. You don't have to overthink it. Just be yourself, and it's not going to listen. No matter, even if you overthink, like for 2 years, your first video like that is not going to be perfect. Your 10th video won't be perfect. These are not perfect. Look at, I just had that snafu with they're not going to be perfect, and that's fine. Because nobody's expecting perfection. You don't have like a big team directing you. Steven Spielberg's not there with the lights and everything. So
Well,
nobody's
darn it.
expecting that.
I need,
yeah.
I need Steven Spielberg to do all the
Yeah,
stuff
but
for
we
me.
unfortunately none of us have that. That's the thing about YouTube. You know what I was thinking about last night? YouTube is like the Wild West, isn't it? You never
No, it
know
sure
what
is.
the freak could happen on any live video, right?
Right.
I just cringe when I think how we used to have the phone number out there. Yes, we got death threats, but there could have been like people that came in and just took their clothes off. I mean, there could have been crazy, crazy things that happened. So it's not like tuning into even the Jerry Springer show, right? Where you know they're going to control it on TV. They got those bouncer guys. They're going to come and get the. You don't know what could happen if you're letting anybody, like if you have a call-in show or something, and I think that's why people tune into a lot of things. Like what could happen? Like what could happen I don't know, because it's nobody regulates anything, right? So nobody regulates anything. What if I was just completely out of my mind one night? And I just I don't know, just started doing really weird stuff. Then everybody's like, well, what the hell, right? Because I mean, it's weird. Okay.
What I worry about is sounding insecure in the first video, because I know I am right now, as far as that goes. And is that really the way I want to start start it all off?
But see, I think you've got to be real. Look at me. There's times I'm emotional. There's times I'm happy. There's times I can't stop laughing. You've got to be you. That's people are real people. So nobody expects you to be, you're not an actress. You're not an actor. Nobody expects everything to be perfect. You know what I mean? Do you remember, oh my gosh, do you guys remember that time? Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. This is the one thing I hated about premieres, because you couldn't see them, and I would think they were all okay. And that one time when I got on there and I'm like this, hello, hi guys, hi guys, because I usually said like 4 hellos and then I would edit them to get the best one, right? But I left them all in. I thought I cut that out, but I left that part in. So I literally said hello 10 times while we were in a premiere, okay? And then even in the Betty Broderick one, I left something in there like where there was this really long pause where I was waiting for the guy outside of the siding or something to stop, and I thought I took it out and it was in during the premiere, but that's what makes it funny. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't get so caught. I said hello like 10 times.
I mean, I literally know that my first real video, I probably won't have the camera on me. It might be me walking down the street or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or a picture of some rocks out, outside that I'm sitting on and just talking from behind on the opposite side of the camera, so that all you're seeing is the rocks.
Right.
But then I just know I'm gonna stumble over my words.
But look, everybody does, though. I mean, nobody does. Really, I think you're setting so high of a standard that you can't have. You're not going to have perfection. Nobody does. I still don't. I mean, I make mistakes all the time. It's just go with it, roll with it. Nobody expects it. Like if we had a team in here and there were, then yeah, maybe they would expect something like that. But yeah, just roll with it.
Oh, I made a video that I couldn't upload while I was out.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided to wait on uploading because I just knew it sounded stupid and timid. Can I send it to you and let you listen to it?
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, you do that. I mean, like there's some videos like I'm like, oh my gosh, I look like a lunatic, and then my hair, and then I'm just like, crap, because the content was, I didn't want to go through that again, and I just put it up, and nobody cares. Like they're like, oh, that was a really great video. I like that. And they were more interested in the content. And then if you make enough videos, they'll see. Some days you look like crap. Some days you don't. Some days you look tired. Some days you look invigorated. It's a big deal. It's just, it's life.
Right. I wouldn't say it was great content.
Do you
but
remember, oh my gosh, Earthbound? I had a whole video like this. You forgot that one?
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
one.
hi, I see you, Jenny. Hi, John. How are you doing? Good. Oh, that's great, Louie. That's hi. The entire video.
Don't recall that one.
Yeah, yes. Okay, yeah.
No, it was me walking down the street. I'm behind, I'm behind the camera.
With your
So
pores, yeah.
you're watching me walk down the street. And while I'm walking, I'm just talking and I'm like, I'm not, I don't have any special skills at this. I don't have any special backgrounds or, any editing software that I know yet or any of those things. But
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to let you know that, I may be coming on with, some days I'll sound like, like I'm complaining about my life.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can
it
I
was,
tell you, Earthbound, there were people that took videos in a dark room sitting there on their bed and people were tuning in. So,
oh,
I
I
mean,
know.
yeah, I really don't think, it's, yeah, I think, have you, I mean, check out some of the stuff. I mean, I think you're like really expect people that are going to be like, oh, that's not perfection, and it's easy to say that because I was nervous with my first one. I'm like, oh, that doesn't look right or whatever. And I was going through the holiday wish list where I had to put everything, and my whole back counter was filled with boxes they sent me. So they probably thought that's how my kitchen normally was. And it was like, and then I just said, yeah, screw it. And
Right.
I put it up, and then people were responding like crazy. So yeah, perfection is not real. Like when you see those sitcoms, that's not real. Most people are not going to create a video on YouTube like that. We don't have the resources, even with the
Right.
best cameras and everything. We don't have anything to compete with that. So it's never going to be that.
Right. I just think it. I just think the one that I'm asking you if I can send you, so you can just listen to it to
Sure.
see if I just sound like too timid, so that I can get some feedback as to seeing. And I don't mean for you to edit it or
Mm-hmm.
tell me how to improve. Just let me. Well, maybe maybe a little improving advice wouldn't be bad, but just to see if you think it. I think that what I think is too timid in it. If you agree with that.
Yeah, no, but okay, I'll look at it. But I mean, even if you were timid at that time, like the next one you'll see, you'll be less timid and less timid and less timid.
Well,
And
yeah,
yeah,
and it's just I want to get, if I can even just feel less timid and redo that video, that might help too. And
yeah, but
and
see,
just
then you're going to be like me, and I redid a video like 3 times, and then I just said let it go because it was never going to be perfect, and then it got a really big reaction. So just, I mean, I've just let it go.
well, I'll probably send it to you when we get off of here.
Okay.
Just it just kind of seems. I feel like I sound boring and maybe even a little gripey.
But look at some of the other channels. There's people that go on there and they, like I said, they rant or they're in their bedroom in the dark, and and people are watching. So there's something for everyone. If
I
it's a
think there
topic they like, yeah.
there might even be days that it'll be like the title underneath the video will be "Been laying on my bed crying."
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, there are channels like that. I'm not joking. Yeah, I'm not trying to be funny. There are channels like that, um, where people just go on and they really have no agenda, nothing, and just talk.
Right. And that's, like I said, that's probably going to be once I do get comfortable enough to start loading a real video,
Mm-hmm.
I will probably, then I'll probably be not doing all parenting videos. I'll
Mm-hmm.
probably, because I'm sure that there are other parents out there. None of us are, you know, parenting experts. We're only experts in our own children, or in my case, my adult child. But I'm the only expert in the world on my kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that goes for all people who are
Right.
parents. Nobody is a better parenting expert or expert on parenting our own kids. So we're not out here to try to tell other people how to parent. We're here to say, but for me, it'd be like this video is to discuss how I feel about my day in parenting today.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's just that's like a vlog. Like, people call those vlogs, and they just blog about their day. So they
Right,
never know what it is. It's just a vlog. You don't even have to say it's parenting. Just a vlog of your life with your daughter, who's 24 and autistic.
right.
So this is my daily blog, and some days I'm going to be happy, some days I might be really sad, some days I might be really frustrated. And I'm just made this vlog to talk about what's going on.
And then, and that may not be every video, you know.
But
I may,
you don't have to explain it. Look at me, right? Every video of mine is so completely different. One is Happy Mail, one could be a Dollar Tree haul, one could be a blog review. I don't explain it to anyone. They can see. It's just like
right.
it's a lifestyle channel. It's whatever you get there. Okay, so yeah, they're not your boss. I mean, they're not gonna be like, hey, Earthbound, look, we thought this channel was about this. Now you've went and done a haul. This is not acceptable for YouTube. I'm sorry, you're off. They're not going to say that to you. So, you know,
Maybe, maybe another video that would be about like digging a hole in the garden,
right.
which I technically don't have because I live in an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
But
You might get in trouble for that. I don't find that. Yeah.
or I could be planting something in this spring,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not a big plant person. I don't know how to take care of growing most plants. I can I can keep alive a plant that needs water, but I
Right.
cannot keep alive these stupid little. I can't keep a cactus alive to save my life.
Yeah, but there's channels on everything. There's a channel on a lady that's like buried in clutter, and she's trying to get her life, and so she shows you really just her cleaning her house. I mean, there are so many but I would say just go for it and see what happens. You might connect with a lot of people that are in your type of position, or that are just interested in that. I would just go ahead and just give it a try. Don't worry
And
about like telling everybody, because like you don't have to answer to anyone. If you decide that you were going to make these videos, and then I don't know, a week later you decide to make some other kind of video, there's no, like, the YouTube police don't take care of that. They're not like, oh boy, I can't believe you're off that already. You do what you want.
right,
Yeah,
I just don't want to.
Janelle said if you read your local paper out loud every day, she'd listen to it. So yeah, don't worry about it. Just go for it.
Well, thank you, Janelle. I won't be reading my paper out loud, but
Do they
thank
have
you.
channels where people read, like, just pick up a newspaper and read the newspaper? Do they have channels like that? I don't know.
I would really, really like to find a channel on some woman who is buried in clutter and goes around to show you how to. I am buried in clutter.
There's, oh my gosh, I'll have to find her. Yes, she's like, it's like she's, and I mean, it's real because she's in the kitchen, and the poor woman, like, she has like, I think at one time she was boiling water to heat it for the sink to cook it, but she has like one day at a time. She's like, well, I'll have to find it. It's like, she's trying to change her life. And I mean, she's like, gets through and she just does things. And yeah, I'll have to find the link to that. But yeah, I mean,
Because my house, I have, I mean, I consider myself in a borderline hoarder. I am not quite hoarding, but I am definitely like I got a lot of stuff I need to thin out,
yeah, a lot of us.
and I just don't have this desire to go through everything and go, okay, this needs to go,
Mm-hmm.
this needs to go, because I'm the pack rat who thinks that this may need to go, but I'm going to need it later after I throw it away,
Mm-hmm.
So I really need somebody else who's in a similar situation and
Mm-hmm.
making it work to kind of help me figure out that just because I think I'll need it after I throw it away,
Right, which is
doesn't
very
mean I
common.
will.
Yeah, a lot of that's what holds a lot of people back of getting rid of stuff because they think, and maybe it's happened too when they've given something away that, oh my gosh, I needed that, whatever it was. But
Right, well,
yeah,
every time you lose something, you go and buy a new one, and as soon as you bought the new
you
one,
find the one
you
you lost.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, Grant, I just went out and spent money, and I don't, we live on a limited income.
Mm-hmm.
So to go out, we have enough money to pay the bills and have but we're done with our money for the month
Mm-hmm.
by about the first week. And
Well,
then
there's
we
a
can't,
channel. There's lots of channels about that too. Um, there are about living on a budget, living on Social Security, living on. They have lots of channels. People live in their cars. People live in storage units. People, I mean, all kinds of channels.
I'm not finding those, I guess, but
You're not?
okay.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
but
I'll have to send you some. I've seen those all over. My gosh. The one woman that lives on her Social Security and like she has all these tips for, making money last and everything. Blog on living. Yeah, right. Limited income. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I'll have to look for them, and I'll take any suggestions that you can send my way too.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll be good. And let me know, and I'll try to go through some of that stuff and see tomorrow. But right
Cool.
now, I'm getting a little sleepy. I think everybody else is because we've been on a long time. But
Yeah.
I will see you guys all. Good luck with like I said, send it to me, and I'll find whatever links I can find. But thank you to our moderators. Thank you to Deb and Tom for coming at the Kelsey, and thanks to all of you guys. I love you all. Have a good night. Be safe. And I'll see you tomorrow. Well, today, tomorrow, whatever. Yeah, sometime. All right. Bye.
See you tomorrow. Good
Bye.
night.
Good night.